Harry's verse. What if Harry Potter was Wolverine's reincarnation? Welcome back, verse walkers. If you like long-form, character-driven fanfiction with mature pacing and real emotional weight, subscribe to Harry's verse and ring the bell for new chapters every week. Drop your favorite line in the comments, I read every one. Let's get into it. Harry's verse. Chapter 1, Old bones in a small body. The first time the claws came out, Harry Potter was 4 years old. He had spilled a glass of milk. That was all. A small accident in a small kitchen on Privet Drive, the kind of thing children did and forgot. The glass tipped, the milk pooled across the tablecloth, and Vernon Dursley stood up so fast that his chair clattered to the floor. You little, the belt was already in Vernon's hand. He kept it looped on the back of his chair the way some men kept napkins. He raised it. Something inside Harry sat up. Not woke. Sat up. The way a man sits up in a hospital bed and remembers, all at once, that he had a name before the morphine. There was a sound in his head like a door unlocking after a long time in the dark, and underneath that, the dry rasp of a voice that had been waiting a long while to be heard. Easy, kid. The belt came down. 3 things happened in the same second. The leather struck Harry's shoulder. The pain registered as an old, familiar thing, small, manageable, almost laughable next to the catalogue of pains the voice in his head remembered. And the bones in the back of his small hands moved. Harry would have screamed if he were the kind of boy who screamed. Instead he watched, with a calm that did not belong to anyone 4 years old, as 3 lines of white slid out of the skin between his knuckles and stopped, dripping pink, in the air above the table. Each one was a finger long. Each one was the color of bone, because that was what they were, sharpened and slick with the slow work of his own body extruding them. Petunia, by the sink, made a noise like a kettle. Vernon, mid-swing, froze. The belt hung in the air a second longer, then dropped to the linoleum with a small, soft slap. Harry looked at his hands. The voice in his head, the one he didn't yet know how to name, said, well. That's a hell of a way to wake up. Vernon's mouth worked. No sound came out. Petunia pressed both hands to her face. Dudley, in his high chair, watched with the placid interest of a child who had never been hurt by anything, and reached for a piece of toast. Harry raised one small hand. The bones slid back into his knuckles with a wet, neat snick. They left 3 tiny welling cuts on the skin. He watched the cuts stitch themselves closed in the time it took him to draw 2 breaths. By the time he was breathing in for the 3rd, the only sign he had ever been struck was a shiny pink mark on his shoulder that was already fading. Out, Vernon said. The word came thick. Out. Cupboard. Now. Harry slid off his chair. He did not cry. He did not feel any urge to cry. There was something steady in his chest where the urge to cry should have been, and the steadiness was older than he was. He walked himself to the cupboard under the stairs. He shut the door behind him. He sat in the dark. The voice in his head said, I've been alive a long time, kid. We're gonna take this slow. Harry thought about this. Slowness was good. Slowness made sense. A week after the kitchen, Vernon flinched. It was a small flinch. It was a flinch most adults would not have caught. Harry had reached past Vernon's elbow at breakfast for the salt cellar, and Vernon, who at 4-year-old Harry's height would normally have batted the hand back down with the small unconscious cuff he had been giving the boy since the boy could stand, had instead pulled his own elbow in by a 1/4 inch. The salt came down off the shelf into Harry's small fingers without contact. Harry seasoned his eggs. Vernon turned the page of his newspaper. The page turn was a half-second too sharp. Petunia, on the other side of the kitchen, saw it. She saw it because she was, by then, watching Harry the way a woman watched a fire she had decided not to put out. She watched Harry slide the salt back. She watched her husband not look at her nephew. She watched her nephew not look at her husband. She watched, in the strange small ecology of a house in which a child had become the predator at the breakfast table, the new arrangement settle into routine. That afternoon she made Harry stand in the bath while she scrubbed the dirt off his small shoulders, and her fingers, counting, in the way mother's fingers counted, found the place on the back of his shoulder where Vernon's belt had landed a week before, and found nothing. No mark. No swelling. No tender stripe under the skin. Petunia's fingers paused. She washed past the spot. She did not say anything. She rinsed his hair. She handed him a towel. She turned away to fold the laundry, and her hands, on the laundry, were shaking. Harry, 4 years old, watched his aunt's back while he dried his hair. The voice in his head said, "She knows now, kid. She ain't going to tell. She's just going to cope." "Yeah," Harry said. He went to his cupboard. He shut the door behind him. He sat in the dark. The first nightmare came that night. It was not Antietam. It was not the trenches yet. It was a jungle. Heat that cooked the breath in your lungs. The bristling green wall on either side of a trail that stopped being a trail every 50 yards. He was on point. He had a rifle whose weight Logan's hands knew without consulting his head. The man behind him was a kid, 20 years old, his name was Nguyen, he was an interpreter and he was a friend, and the man behind him had 3 small children at home in Saigon. Harry, 4 years old, in the dream, watched the tripwire pull tight under his own boot. He turned. He shouted. He shoved Nguyen sideways into the green. The mine took the air out of the jungle in a hot orange punch that flattened a tree. Harry came down on his back in the dirt with his ears full of nothing. Nguyen, 10 feet to his right, was alive. Nguyen was alive because Harry had, by reflex, given him the half-second. The medic came up the trail. The medic took one look at Harry's chest and said the word that was not a word, the soft O, and started to do the work that was not going to make a difference. Harry, Logan, bled out 3 times under the medic's hands. Each time the body came back. The medic, by the 3rd resurrection, had begun to weep without making any sound. The medic had been 23. The medic had not been told, when he signed up, that he was going to spend a Tuesday afternoon in a Vietnamese clearing watching a man die and live and die and live. Harry, 4 years old, woke up in the cupboard tasting iron. He sat up. He held his small hand up in front of his face and made the bones come out, the smallest fraction, and put them back. He did this until the small grief in his chest had a shape he could hold. He held the names, Nguyen, the medic, in his head, careful, and let them be his. The voice in his head said, very softly, "Sorry, kid. Didn't mean to dump that one on you yet." "It's all right," Harry said. "I asked." "Yeah," the voice said. "You did." He lay back down. He did not sleep again that night. He held his small hand against the wood of the cupboard wall, and held it there, and decided, as the sun came up, that he was not going to be afraid of dreams. He decided also that he was, in some way he did not yet have words for, going to be the kind of man Logan would not have to apologize to. 3 nights running, more dreams came after that one. Trenches first. Mud and rain and the sound of a body falling against another body, and a sergeant whose face Harry had never seen but whose voice had always been familiar yelling at him to keep his head down. He felt the cold, the way cold felt at 20 below in Upper Quebec, in a winter that had ended 100 years before he was born. He felt rifle metal against his cheek. He smelled cordite. A Confederate boy died on him in a clearing, a grass field whose name Harry would later learn was Antietam. The boy had blue eyes and was apologizing in a slow Virginia drawl about the trouble he was being. Harry held his hand until the boy's hand stopped working. A bar in a snow town. A woman with red hair laughing at something he had said. Her laugh in the dream was so present Harry put his hand against his mouth to keep his own breath quiet, and held it there, and the laugh ran out, and went away, and did not come back. A grave. He was burying her. A different grave. He was burying someone else. The shovels in his hands had wood handles worn smooth by his own grip. A long dark road and the smell of pine and a cigar in his mouth and the slow understanding that nothing was ever going to kill him, not really, not in the way it killed other people, and that this was not a gift. Harry woke up in the cupboard under the stairs at 3 a.m. and stared at the spider on the underside of the step above his face and said quietly, into the dark, "Logan." The voice in his head said, "Yeah, kid. That'll do." 2 years passed. By the time Harry was 6, he had stopped crying. The Dursleys took this for sullenness. They were not entirely wrong. Tears were a thing the body did to ask the world for help, and Harry's body had learned, with the patience of a creature that had buried its tongue in 1,000 wounds, that asking the world for help was not productive. He stopped asking. The crying stopped with the asking. He had also stopped being hit. This had nothing to do with the Dursleys finding Christ. It had to do with the kitchen, and the bones, and the look that had crossed Vernon's face when Vernon understood, for the first time in his uncomplicated life, that he was alone in a room with something that was not entirely his nephew. Vernon dealt with this in the way Vernon dealt with everything he could not understand. He pretended it had not happened. He spoke past Harry, around Harry, over Harry. He gave Dudley enormous birthday parties and set Harry chores he could not refuse. He kept the house warm and the cupboard cold and the food on Harry's plate just enough to keep a child alive. The arrangement worked because both sides understood it. Petunia kept her distance the way a woman keeps her distance from a dog she has been told is friendly but was bred for fighting. Sometimes Harry caught her staring. He stared back. She always looked away. In the cupboard, in the dark, Harry built a man out of the pieces. The voice gave him names. Logan, mostly. James, sometimes, that's the one I was born with, kid, the rest are paperwork. The voice gave him places. A logging camp in 1880s Alberta. A bar in Madripoor. A school in upstate New York full of children who could do impossible things. The voice gave him faces, which was the part that hurt. A bald man in a chair. A red-haired woman. A blue man who fought with gentleness. A boy with red goggles whom Logan had loved like a brother and treated, mostly, like a problem. The voice gave him a thing he had owned and then lost and then never gotten back, a metal that lived inside his bones, a silver-gray weight that had let him cut through tank armor. Adamantium. Don't ask me how to spell it. Harry thought about the way the bones, on the night he turned 5, had come with a strange sliding sound that did not belong to bone, and how when he had run his fingertip along the edge of one in the dark he had cut himself, and how the cut had healed, and the tip of his finger had come back tasting of metal. Maybe the magic remembered, the voice said. Maybe whatever you got from your folks looked at what was left of me and said, all right, we'll try this again. Harry, 6 years old, sitting cross-legged in a cupboard, said quietly, show me. The bones came out. They did not gleam like bone. They gleamed like something you could shave a star with. He turned his hand, slow, in the strip of light from under the door, and watched the dust catch on a metal that should not have been there and was. He retracted them. He sat in the dark. There was, when he was 7, a fire. A neighbor's shed 3 streets over, in summer, the kind of fire that began with a discarded cigarette and an old can of paint thinner. Harry was walking home through the back alleys with a library book under his arm when the smoke caught his nose. He stopped. The voice in his head went sharp. Move, kid. He dropped the book and ran. The shed was already a wall of orange. The neighbor's daughter, a small girl with a habit of keeping bottle caps in her cardigan pocket, was banging her fists on the inside of the shed door, which was warped shut by the heat. He braced his small foot against the side of the shed and pulled the door, and on the third pull the hinge gave and the door came open and the girl came out coughing into his arms. He stood, holding her, while the neighbors came running. Nobody asked him how he had pulled the door. Nobody noticed that the small singed marks across the back of his arm had vanished by the time the fire brigade arrived. The girl's mother kissed Harry on the forehead and gave him a tin of chocolate biscuits when he refused to come into her house. Petunia, an hour later, watched Harry carry the tin past her in the hall, saw the soot, saw the absence of any burn anywhere, and pressed her lips together. Harry ate one biscuit. He gave the rest to a stray dog he had been feeding behind the garages. The voice in his head said, "That's twice now you've used what you got. People notice. Slow it down." He slowed it down. There was, when he was 8, a swimming pool. The Polkiss boy had decided, in the second week of summer holidays, that drowning Harry in the public Lido was going to be a more interesting afternoon than the one he had originally planned. Piers Polkiss was not a creative boy. The plan was simple. Push Harry's head under, hold it under for a count of 1 minute, and let him up coughing. Piers had 2 of Dudley's friends with him. Harry, in the shallow end, watched them come. He had clocked them at the gate. He had clocked the way Piers's father had stayed in the car. He had clocked the absence of the lifeguard, who was around the back of the building taking a smoke. He had timed his afternoon, by then, around the lifeguard's smoke breaks, because the body had been doing this kind of bookkeeping in any town it had been in for 90 years. Piers's hand closed on the back of Harry's head and pushed. Harry let himself go under. He did not fight. He did not splash. He held his breath. He counted. He let the body do the small economical thing the body did, which was to slow the heart, narrow the burn for oxygen, and wait. At the count of 40 seconds, past the point any normal 8-year-old would have surfaced thrashing, Piers's hand began to lift, alarmed. At the count of 50, past the point any normal 8-year-old would have begun to drown, Piers actively pulled. Harry came up. Harry came up calm. He came up with his eyes wide open. He came up looking at Piers Polkiss with the long steady look that had made Mr. Burrows look away and made Vernon flinch. He did not say anything. He did not need to. He smiled. The smile was the thing. The smile was a thing Logan had used in barrooms in 1947 to clear a table. The smile was the smile of a man telling another man, without words, "I let you do that. I let you. Next time, I won't." Piers Polkiss backed up 4 steps in the chest-deep water, slipped on the painted bottom, and went down on his backside. He scrambled up. He left the pool. His 2 cousins followed him out. By the time the lifeguard came back from his smoke they were halfway up the road home. Harry climbed out of the pool. He toweled off. He sat on the bench in the sun with his small thin chest drying and the afternoon settling around him, and the voice in his head, after a long pause, said quietly, "Bub. Yeah. That ain't a thing an 8-year-old should know how to do. No. We're gonna talk about restraint, you and me. All right." The voice talked about restraint, off and on, for the rest of the summer. The voice talked about the difference between the steady look that made an enemy choose not to fight and the smile that made the enemy choose to flee in panic. The voice said the second one was a tool that broke the user as much as the target, that you used the look on a man you intended to keep alive in the room with you, and you used the smile on a man you intended to remove. Harry filed the difference. He did not use the smile again that summer. He used the look, sometimes, in school corridors and on the bus, and once in the corner shop when an older boy reached for the till. The look worked every time. By the end of August he was, the voice in his head observed, getting good. There was, when he was 9, a teacher. Mr. Burrows taught Year 4 maths and disliked the boy in the back row whose homework was always done neatly and who never raised his hand. He used a wooden ruler. "Show the work, Potter." "Did it in my head, sir." The ruler came down. Harry watched it come without moving the hand. The wood snapped against his knuckles. The pain registered as a small unimportant fact. He let his hand stay flat on the desk. He did not flinch. The pain went away in 2 breaths, and he kept his eyes on Mr. Burrows's face, and after a half-second something behind Mr. Burrows's eyes wobbled and looked, briefly, away. Harry never raised his hand in maths after that. The voice in his head said quietly, "That's how you do it, kid. Don't fight what you don't have to. Make M look away." There was, when he was 10, a winter. The pipes froze in January and the boiler at number 4 broke down, and Vernon shut the door on the boiler cupboard and turned the kitchen oven on instead. Harry was not given a coat. He was sent to school in his old thin uniform with his school shoes lined inside with 2 layers of newspaper. The body shunted blood inward. The body, by lunchtime, was running a fever to clear the small frostbite from the skin of Harry's fingers. That night Petunia sat with her back to the door and watched, in the warped reflection of the oven window, her nephew come in. She watched him peel newspaper out of his shoes. She said, into the radio, "There's an old coat of Vernon's in the upstairs cupboard. The brown one. I'll be putting it in the laundry tomorrow. If it goes missing in the night, I won't notice." "Thank you," Harry said. In the night he took the coat. He cut the lining out, because the lining smelled of Vernon. He laid the coat across his bed in the cupboard. The voice in his head said, "That's the closest she comes, kid. Take it." By 11, he was something the Dursleys did not name and did not look at directly. Then the letters came. The first letter was a thick yellowish envelope addressed in emerald ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Whoever wrote that, the voice in his head said, knows where you sleep. By the end of the second week, the letters were coming out of the eggs. Vernon herded the family onto a train and onto a boat and onto a rock in the middle of a grey, lashing sea, and Harry sat in the back of every seat in every vehicle and watched his uncle come apart by inches. At 1 minute past midnight on the morning of his 11th birthday, the door of the hut on the rock bent in. The man who came through the door was 9 feet tall and shaped like a small mountain. He bent the door back into shape with a hand the size of a dustbin lid and turned. "Sorry 'bout that," he said. "Been a day. Last time I saw you," the man said, "you were no bigger, N.A. Bowtruckle. You got your mother's eyes." Harry inhaled, slowly, through his nose. "Wolves," the voice in his head said. "Not as danger. As perfume, old wolf, dog mostly, hippogriff and dragon under that wood smoke and the strange clean mineral smell that Harry had been smelling on his own skin for as long as he could remember. Magic, kid. Real magic. He smells like the same kind we are." "Hagrid," the man said, and stuck out a hand. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'm Harry. I know who you are." Hagrid's hands were soft. Hagrid's eyes were honest. Hagrid's smell, under the wood smoke and the hippogriff musk, was the smell of a person who had loved a great many things and had buried most of them. Harry had carried it on his own coat in another life. The voice in Harry's head said, "That's a man we don't lie to, kid." "No," Harry said. "We don't." Hagrid took out a pink, slightly squashed cake from inside his coat. The cake said "Happy Birthday Harry" in green icing. Harry held the cake and looked at it for a long time. "Hold it together, kid," the voice in his head said, gently. "He brought you a cake." "Thank you," Harry said. His voice did not crack, but it almost did. Hagrid told him about Hogwarts. Hagrid told him about Voldemort. Both Harry and the voice listened. "You're a wizard, Harry." "Yeah. I figured." "You figured?" "Bits and pieces. Things that didn't add up otherwise." Hagrid stared a long second. Then a slow grin came up under the beard, and he laughed and ruffled Harry's hair with a hand that nearly knocked Harry sideways. They left the rock at sunrise. Hagrid carried Harry's small bag in one hand and Harry's hand in the other. The Dursleys did not come out. Vernon was asleep on the stair with his mouth open. Harry did not look at him. On the small grey boat across the water, Hagrid said, "Harry, were your aunt and uncle, were they kind to ye?" "No," Harry said. They weren't kind. They weren't cruel either, after a while. They didn't know what to do with me. I figured it out on my own. Hagrid stopped rowing. His shoulders shook. 11-year-olds shouldn't have to figure it out on their own. No, Harry said. They shouldn't. The voice in his head said, very softly, let him have the moment, kid. Diagon Alley was a fever dream painted in respectable shop windows. Harry counted exits in every shop. He counted horrors he could not technically see, 3. He was right about all 3. At Gringotts, the goblins read him. The teller goblin looked up from Harry's key and stilled. The still of a creature recognizing a fellow predator. Harry held the goblin's eye, did not smile, did not look away. He had, in another life, drunk in a goblin city in the Andes with 3 Bank Clan brothers and learned that goblins respected only one currency aside from gold, the patient straight gaze of someone who had not flinched recently. The goblin gave a nod so small Hagrid did not see it. In the cart down to the vault, Hagrid was sick. Harry held the rail and laughed once, low. Madame Malkin's was warm. The witch fitted him on a stool while a pale boy 3 feet away was being fitted on another. The pale boy bragged about racing brooms and Slytherin and mocked Hufflepuff. Harry let him run. Madame Malkin called Harry's fitting done before he had to give his name, and Harry left without offering it. Ollivander's was a corridor of dust and shelves. You are, Ollivander said softly, rather older than you appear, Mr. Potter. The voice in Harry's head went very quiet. I'm 11. Yes. Of course you are. 20 wands later he laid a long thin box on the counter. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Harry took it. Something in his chest reached up to meet it. He swept the wand and a column of red and gold sparks blew through the dust of the shop. Curious, Ollivander said. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. That's so. That, Mr. Potter, is so. The platform at King's Cross was a shock the way magic was always going to be a shock, not because the door through the wall was strange, but because the people on the other side of it were so terribly ordinary. Harry found a compartment at the back of the train, sat, and pretended to read Hagrid's Basic Charms book. The door slid open. Sorry, d'you mind? Everywhere else is full. The boy in the doorway was tall and red-haired and freckled. The voice in Harry's head said, probably not an assassin. Probably. Sit down. Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's hand froze in the air for a second. His eyes went to the scar. Harry held still. Ron pulled his eyes away. Sorry. Bloody hell. The trolley came by. Harry, who had 3 galleons in his coat pocket and the sudden quiet conviction that money should be spent on people who had not eaten, bought the entire trolley. He slid half of it across to Ron and said, eat. Ron ate. Hermione came in 2 hours later. Brown hair you could lose a hand in. Front teeth that had not yet been outgrown by her face. A voice that arrived ahead of her like a small competent vanguard. You're Harry Potter. Yeah. I've read about you. Modern magical history. The rise and fall of the dark arts. Hope they got it right. Probably not, actually. They contradict each other in 3 places. I've made notes. The voice in Harry's head said, now that's a kid worth keeping an eye on. The compartment door opened a 3rd time. 3 boys. 2 on the outside broad and stupid in a way that read as muscle for hire, the way a couple of thugs hung off an older mob lieutenant in 1943 Detroit. The boy in the middle was small and pale and styled. He had a sneer on him already. Is it true? Harry Potter is in this compartment. Yeah. Soon find out some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there. My name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I know who you are, Harry said. He did not, technically. The voice in his head had volunteered the name 3 seconds before the boy did. The bluff held. Then you'll know not to make friends with the wrong sort. I can tell, Harry said evenly, the wrong sort for myself. Thanks. Malfoy's hand stayed out a beat. Then he let it drop. He turned. They went. The light failed. The hills went the particular blue of a Highland evening. Harry stood up. He buttoned his school robe. He picked up Hedwig's cage. Come on. Up. Hagrid was calling from the front of the platform. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Lanterns swung. The water of the Black Lake lay flat. The boats lay along it. The castle on the far cliff stood lit against the night sky like a memory he had been carrying without knowing he was carrying it. He stepped into a boat. Ron stepped in behind him. Hermione, who had argued briefly with another boat's occupants and lost, sat down with a small, satisfied huff. A round-faced boy with a toad clutched against his chest joined them, mumbled his name as Neville. Harry nodded. The voice in his head said, "Watch this one. There's something in him." The boats slid forward across the water. The lake held the stars upside down. Harry trailed 2 fingers in the water and felt the cold come up his arm, not the cold of the world but the slow considering presence of something old and patient living under the surface. He drew his fingers back. The voice in his head said, "Yeah, I felt it too. Don't bother it, it won't bother us." A bend in the cliff swung the castle around into full view, and Harry, who had thought himself prepared, stopped breathing for a count of 2. It was not the size of it. He had walked through cities. It was not the lights. He had seen New York burn its skyline into a winter sky. It was something else. The castle had the same look on it that a long-lived man's face had, accreted, layered, still being built by its own scars. Towers had grown out of towers. Windows had been added by hands 400 years apart. He could see, even at this distance, that the place was alive in the way a forest was alive. It had a pulse. It had memory. It would, he understood with a small private certainty, know him by name before the night was out. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. Yeah, Harry said. Hermione was sitting very straight and was, for once, quiet. Neville was crying without sound. Harry reached over without looking and laid his small hand flat on Neville's back. Neville stiffened. The stiffness left him. Harry pulled his hand back. Neville glanced at him sideways and gave him the small, watery, grateful nod of a child who had not yet learned that he was allowed to be grateful. The voice in Harry's head said, very quietly, "That's the move, kid. That's the move." The boats slid into a low cave under the castle, where lanterns burned blue. The boats grounded on a shingle of small stones that crunched as the children climbed out. Hagrid counted heads. Hagrid found Neville's toad. Hagrid herded them up a stair into a hall that smelled of stone and damp and burning oil and 1,000 years of children walking these same steps. Harry walked up the stair with one hand resting, because he could not help it, on the wand in his pocket. The wand answered. The bones in his knuckles answered. The warmth in the new chest under the new ribs answered, and the voice in his head, after a long quiet, said 3 words. "All right, kid." The voice in his head was quiet then. The bones in his hands were quiet. The night was quiet. Harry Potter, 11 years old and 180, stood at the top of the stair as the great oak doors of Hogwarts began to open, and watched the castle come on him like a slow tide, and let it. 3 nights into Hogwarts, Harry would walk the empty corridors in his school robe with the cloak still in his trunk, because the cloak had not yet arrived, and would learn the castle by smell the way Logan had learned every city he had ever fought in. He would map the kitchens by the bread, the dungeons by the cold, the moving stairs by the small precise grease in the joints. He would map, also, in those 3 nights, the staff. But that was 3 nights away. For now there was the boat, and the lake, and the castle ahead. Hermione, in the boat, said in a low voice that Ron and Neville did not catch, "Harry. Yeah. You're not, what they wrote about you in the books. No. You're somebody else. Yeah. I'm going to ask, eventually. Not tonight. All right." She nodded. She did not press. The voice in his head said, "That's a girl who's gonna be a friend, kid. Not the asking kind. The waiting kind. The waiting kind keeps better. Yeah." Behind them, a boat full of Slytherin first-years was singing some small ridiculous song one of the older boys had taught them on the train, and behind that, the line of boats bobbed in the shape of a long arrow on the dark water. Above them, in the high windows of the castle, the lights came on by dozens as the staff wing learned, by some old reliable spell, that the first-years were on the lake. Harry watched a single light come on in a tower he could not yet name. The light came on, considered the lake, and stayed lit. The voice in his head said, "That's somebody waiting for you, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. He thought about the woman who had said "not Harry, please not Harry," and about the man who had stood between her and the door, and about the small clean bright protection his mother had laid on him at the cost of everything she had been. He thought about the Confederate boy in the dream and about Ngwyn and about the medic. He thought about the fire in the shed and about the coat with the lining cut out. He thought, last, about the small old quiet fact that he was now in a place where the people might not, all at once, decide to look away from him. He had decided, in another life, that being looked at was a thing that hurt. He had decided, also, that being looked at by the right people was the only thing that ever mended. The boats grounded. He stepped out onto the stones. The voice in his head said, "Welcome to the school, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. He pulled his school robe straight at the cuffs. He set his shoulders. He fell into step with Ron on his right and Hermione on his left and Neville a half step behind, and he walked up the long damp stair into the castle. Lanterns guttered. The stair turned. Behind a door at the top, a voice he would later come to know, Scottish, sharp, warm under the sharp, was telling them to wait, that they would be sorted in a moment, that they were to mind their feet on the polished stone. Harry, 11 and 180, did not know yet that he was already, by the small unbalancing weight of his presence in the boat, going to remake every life that walked up these stairs with him. He did not know that the girl on his left would bury him once and not let him stay buried. He did not know that the boy on his right would be the brother he had always wanted, in either of 2 lives, and never quite had. He did not know that the boy a half step behind would, in the end, draw the sword that beheaded the snake that finished the long war. He knew only that the air smelled of stone and damp and old children, and that the door at the top of the stair was opening, and that the bones in his hands were quiet, and that the small old patient ache in his chest had, against all probability, gone somewhere lower than it had been, somewhere closer to a center he could carry without setting it down. He walked into the hall. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The sorting and the smell of death. The great hall hit him in 3 waves. The first wave was light. For long tables under a roof of stars that did not exist, candles that hung in mid-air without strings, banners breathing in a wind nobody could feel. He took it in without slowing. The voice in his head said, "Yeah, I've seen worse. Let it go past you." The second wave was sound. Hundreds of children. The wet hush they all made when the doors opened on the first-years, the way every face turned, the small audible clatter of forks set down, the bench creak of 1,000 bottoms shifting. He catalogued the room without thinking. The exits. The 4 staff at the high table whose hands he could not see. The 2 ghosts hovering near the rafters who did not count as bodies but did count as observers. The third wave was smell. The third wave was the one that nearly knocked him over. A wizarding hall full of children and food and old stone smelled, to a creature with Logan's nose, like a single great open bouquet of life. Wax and bread and roast meat. Pumpkin and smoke. 1,000 different soaps and oils and unwashed wool. Dust the age of the building. A faint, clean, electric smell that he had been calling magic in his head and now had a place to put. Underneath all of it, the steady warm musk of children, different from grown bodies, sweeter, less metallic, the smell of bodies whose hormones had not yet started to rearrange them. He sorted the smells in a half-second. He shelved them. Then the smell hit him. It came off the high table in a stream like sewage in a clean river. He held still. He let his nose work without giving anything away on his face. The voice in his head, which had been settling into a kind of curious peace as they walked into the hall, went very quiet, and then went, in the soft tone the voice used for actual danger, "Hold up, kid." Death, was the word that came up. Not death the way a corpse smelled. Death the way it smelled when it had not yet completed itself. Rot under skin. Something drinking from something else through a hole that should not be there. A second life, faint and hungry and old, riding inside a first life and chewing as it went. The smell came from the high table. Specifically, from the man at the high table with the purple turban. The voice in Harry's head said, "Bub. We got a problem." Harry let himself look. Just look. The way a tourist looked. He swept the head table with the flat, mild interest of a child being shown grown-ups for the first time, and he let his eyes pass across the man with the turban, and pass on, and come to rest at last on the great old wizard at the center of the table, beard, half-moon spectacles, robes the color of a midnight orchard. The old wizard's eyes were already on him. Of course they were. The voice in Harry's head said, "That one's reading us. He's old. Old like us. Don't blink, kid. Don't." Harry did not blink. He let the old man have the look. The look held a long second and then turned, by the smallest twitch of the half-moon spectacles, into something Harry had not been expecting. A small, careful, almost tender warmth. The look of a man who had been waiting a long time for a difficult guest and was surprised, without quite meaning to be, by what had walked in the door. Harry inclined his head. Not a bow. The smallest possible nod, the kind a soldier gave another soldier in passing. The kind a man gave when he wanted you to know he had seen you. Albus Dumbledore inclined his head back. Then there was a stool. Then there was a hat. Professor McGonagall, tall, severe, narrow-eyed, with a Scottish stiffness in her shoulders that Harry instantly approved of, had unrolled a long parchment. She was reading names. The hat had sung a song that Harry did not catch the words of because his nose was still working over the smell from the turban man and the small careful read he was doing on every adult in the room. He came back to himself in time to hear, "Granger, Hermione." Hermione walked up to the stool with the carriage of someone who had decided, at some point in her life, that she was going to do things properly even if it killed her. She sat. The hat dropped on her head. There was a long pause. Then the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." Harry caught the small sag of relief that went through her shoulders before she stood up, and he caught also the way she did not look at any one face when she walked to the table, as if she had not yet learned that she was allowed to look at people. The voice in Harry's head said, "Smart kid. Lonely kid. Don't lose her. Longbottom, Neville. The boy from the boat. Gryffindor, again." Neville walked to the table still wearing the hat, and had to be called back, blushing, to return it. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Malfoy's head. Slytherin. Of course. Malfoy strolled to his table with the small swaggering smile of a boy who had been told what to expect and had, predictably, gotten it. Crabbe and Goyle followed him to the same table. Harry watched and shelved. The names rolled. The hall waited. The tension built, the way it built, around the absence of one name on the list everyone knew was coming. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. He walked up to the stool. He did not look at the staff table. He did not look at the 4 house tables. He looked, instead, at the stool and the hat, because the smart move in any room was to look at the next thing you had to deal with, not at the audience watching you deal with it. He sat. The hat came down. The hat, for a moment, did nothing. Then a voice, dry and ancient and amused, spoke directly into the hollow of Harry's head where the other voice usually lived. "Well. That is a great deal of person to fit on one stool." "Yeah," Harry said. The hat made a sound that was, somehow, the soft mental equivalent of a long whistle. 2 minds, in fact. No, 3. No. 1 mind. 1 mind in a tide of memories that were once 2 minds. How extraordinary. How very extraordinary. I have sorted children for 1,000 years, Mr. Potter, and I do not believe I have ever. Ah. Easy, the voice in Harry's head said, with a surprising tenderness. Don't read too deep, friend. He's been through enough. The hat paused. I beg your pardon, the hat said. You are also extraordinary. You will forgive my surprise. You are not, I think, native to this world. Not born here, Logan said, agreeably enough. And yet you wear this body the way an oak holds a coat. Ah. I see. The boy. The boy's soul. You did not displace it, you joined it. You are the boy and you are not the boy, and the boy is you and is also not you, and the boy is the keeper. Something like that, Harry said, surprising himself with the calm of the answer. Then I shall sort the keeper, the hat said briskly, for this is, after all, a school for children, and the keeper is the child. It hummed. Harry sat. The hat read him, and Harry, who had spent decades wearing other people's masks and was not, on principle, comfortable being read, let the hat in anyway. He had decided, on the boat, that this place was going to demand a certain tax from him in the form of letting people see what he was. He paid the tax now, in advance, by sitting still. Slytherin, the hat said softly, would do you no good. You have already learned all of Slytherin's tricks and forgotten more of them than its students will ever know. Ravenclaw, too academic. You read like a man, not a scholar. Hufflepuff, you would protect them, but you would protect them from the outside, and they would never know what to do with you. There is one place you might be useful, and one place where they might be useful to you, and the two are the same place. Where you sending me? Where you can serve as a wall, Mr. Potter. And where you might, in time, learn to sit down inside the walls instead of on top of them. The hat opened its mouth. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted, not a roar, an avalanche, the long table half rising, twin red-haired boys hammering their fists on the wood and crowing we got Potter, a girl Harry did not yet know throwing both her hands in the air and laughing, Hermione standing up to make room, Ron half a table away grinning so wide he looked structurally unsound. The hat was lifted off Harry's head. He stepped down from the stool. He walked across the hall. He took the seat that Hermione had saved without asking him. He sat. The voice in his head, the old voice, Logan's voice, said, very quietly, that's the right house, kid. Harry said nothing aloud. Inside his chest, a small old knot of something he had not bothered to name in 80 years was loosening, by a millimeter or two, and he was choosing not to look at it directly in case looking made it tighten again. The feast began. Food appeared on the plates with no fuss whatsoever. Roast chicken, roast beef, roast pork, 3 kinds of potatoes, gravy that smelled of bay leaf, mint sauce, treacle, custard, 4 different puddings already steaming at the far end of the table. Ron, beside him, made a small noise he probably did not know he had made. Harry, across from Hermione, picked up a piece of roast chicken and ate it the way a soldier ate a ration bar, slow, methodical, without joy or hurry. He took only what he would actually eat. He did not pile the plate high. He had, in another life, learned what it looked like when a man had not been fed often enough as a boy and was pretending now, in front of others, not to be hungry. He had decided a long time ago that he would not perform that particular dance for anyone. He ate the chicken. He drank the pumpkin juice. He let the hall happen around him. His eyes, every few minutes, returned to the high table. The man with the turban was watching him. The man's eyes were sunk and flickering. His hands, where they were visible above the white cloth, would not be still, fingers tapping on the side of his goblet, plucking at the cuff of his robe, going up to brush at the turban as if a fly had landed on it. The smell off him, even at this distance, was a steady thin wrongness that would have driven any animal out of the hall. The voice in Harry's head said, "Two of him, bub. Two minds in there. The little one's scared and the big one's angry, and the big one is the one that smells like a corpse. Don't let on yet. Eat your chicken." The man at the turban's elbow was different. He was thin and dark and severe, with hair that had not been washed recently and eyes that were already, before Harry had even noticed him, fixed on Harry's forehead. The look was not friendly. The look had the cold focused reading of a target that Harry recognized from too many briefings. Their eyes met. The thin man held the look. Harry held it back. Something flickered behind the thin man's eyes. Not recognition exactly. More, the small startle of a man who had walked into a room he thought he understood and had found a different room. The thin man's nostrils tightened. His lip pulled, by a fraction, as if he were tasting something he did not like the flavor of. He looked away first. The voice in Harry's head said, mildly, "That one's a reader, too." Good. Now he knows we're a reader. Hermione, across the table, had set down her fork and was watching Harry's face. "You're not eating much," she said. "I am. You ate one piece of chicken and 3 small potatoes, and you've been looking at the staff table for the last 10 minutes. I'm pacing myself. For a feast. For the year." She blinked at him. The blink had the small precise quality of a girl filing a fact in a small precise drawer. "All right," she said. She picked her fork back up. Ron, beside Harry, was inhaling beef. He paused only long enough to say, around a mouthful, "The bloke with the turban. Why's he looking at you?" "Don't know. He's a teacher, must be. Probably. My brother Percy says he did defense against the dark arts. Said he was fine before the summer. Bit of a stutter. Came back from a year off and now he wears the turban and won't stop trembling." "Where'd he go for the year?" "Albania," Percy said. "Studying vampires." The voice in Harry's head said, "Vampires, my ass." Harry said aloud. The feast wound down. Plates cleared themselves. Albus Dumbledore stood up at the high table and gave a speech that was about half nonsense words and half practical announcements. "Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind you that magic should not be used between classes in the corridors, and that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." The great hall laughed, uncertainly. Harry did not laugh. He filed the corridor. The voice in Harry's head said, "Old man's just told us where the trouble is." "Yeah," Harry said. "Generous of him." 2 red-haired boys, identical, intercepted Harry between the table and the door. They were tall and gangly and full of wicked attentive interest, and they bore down on him from either side with the timed and rehearsed precision of people who had spent 12 years walking the same hallway in step. "Harry Potter," said one of them. "As I live and breathe," said the other. "We're Gred, and Forge." "Weasley." "Weasley." "Yes." "Pleasure." "Pleasure." They each shook one of his hands at the same time. Harry let them. The voice in his head was, against its will, charmed. "These two," it said, "would have stolen ammo from my pocket in 1944 and I'd have let them." "Look after our brother," said one of them. "He's an idiot but he's our idiot." "He's not an idiot," said the other. "He's an emotional investment." Same thing. True. Yeah, Harry said. They blinked at the yeah, in unison, and Harry watched the two of them reevaluate him in real time, and in real time decide that he was acceptable. They drifted away in the wake of the older Gryffindors. Harry filed both faces and the rhythm. A boy who introduced himself as Percy, and who turned out to be the brother's considerably less fun older brother, marched the first years up moving stairs to a portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress who demanded a password, Caput Draconis, and swung open. Behind the portrait was a circular common room full of red and gold, low chairs and a fire and the smell of 40 old generations of children's homework. The dormitories went up a spiral stair. Each first-year boy's trunk had been set at the foot of a four-poster bed by some mechanism Harry did not yet understand. Hedwig, in her cage, was already at the head of his bed. She gave him a small reproachful look. He held a finger out and she nibbled it once, gently, in forgiveness. Ron's bed was next to his. Neville's bed was opposite. Two more boys, Seamus Finnegan, Irish, sandy, possibly flammable, and Dean Thomas, tall, calm, sketching a Hogwarts crest on a piece of parchment within 30 seconds of arrival, made up the rest. Harry sat on the edge of his bed and looked at the bed and then looked at the boys and made a small calculation about how much of his nighttime habits he was going to be able to keep private here, and the answer was not many. Ron caught his eye. Snore. Ron said apologetically. I snore. That's all right. You snore. No. Cool. I don't sleep much either, Harry said. He had decided, on the way up the stairs, that the simplest cover for a man who slept 3 hours a night out of habit was honesty. Don't worry if I'm not in the bed. Where are you? Somewhere quiet. Right, Ron said. He nodded slowly. Right. Harry turned out the lamp and lay down and did not sleep. He waited until the breathing of the 4 other boys had evened out. He waited another 20 minutes after that. Then he got up, put on his shoes without making a sound, and slipped down the spiral stair into the common room. The fire had banked itself. A clock somewhere chimed 1:30. He sat in the chair closest to the fire. He took out his wand. He laid it across his knee. He let the bones in his hands come out a 1/4 inch and slide back, just to feel them moving, just to remind them they still worked. He thought. Quirrell, that was the man with the turban. Quirrell, the name had come up in Dumbledore's introduction speech. Quirrell carried a passenger. The passenger ate. The passenger was old and angry and the room had cooled noticeably whenever Quirrell's eyes had passed across him. The thing that had carved the scar into Harry's forehead had a name. The name had been said aloud in his hearing twice now by Hagrid and once tonight by the Sorting Hat, in a thread of half-thought the Hat had not bothered to censor. Voldemort. The thing in Quirrell's turban smelled exactly the way Voldemort would smell, if Voldemort were riding inside a body too small to hold him. The voice in Harry's head said, yeah. That's our man. Or what's left of him, Harry said. He's not whole. No, the voice said. He ain't. But he's strong enough to keep a teacher warm at the dinner table. Means he's working on getting whole. And he's at the school. Yeah. Why? Because something's at the school he wants. Or he's hoping you are. Harry let that sit in his chest. He thought about the 3rd-floor corridor. Old man's just told us where the trouble is. He thought about the careful, knowing look Albus Dumbledore had given him. He thought about the thin dark teacher who had recognized that he was being read and had looked away first. He thought, last, about the 4 other boys sleeping in his dorm. The voice in Harry's head said, I know what you're thinking, bub. Don't. Don't what? Don't go alone after him. Not yet. Not in this body. Not in this place. You go alone, you make a mess, the old man at the high table loses his window, and then we got a worse problem. You think the old man's working on him too? I think the old man's been working on him for years and he's not done yet. Sit. Watch. Mark the building. Make the friends. Make sure the kids are fine. Then go see what's in the corridor. Harry sat with this. He let his fingers run, slow, along the wand on his knee. The wand answered with a small hum. He thought of the woman he could not quite see. He thought of the shovels worn smooth in the dream. He thought of the hand in the alley behind the corner shop, twisting Dudley's wrist, and how easy it had been, how easy it always was, to be the thing in the room that did the breaking. Yeah, he said. All right. He got up. He took the spiral stair back up to the dormitory. He passed Ron's bed. Ron was snoring like a woodsaw. Harry put a hand on Ron's shoulder, very gently, as he passed, a thing he did not do for himself, a thing he did not even know he had decided to do, and felt Ron's snore catch and even out into something slightly less catastrophic. He pulled his hand back. He climbed into his own bed. He let his eyes close. He did not sleep, exactly. He never quite slept. But he rested. 3 days later he was in the dungeons, in Snape's classroom, with a row of cauldrons in front of him and the thin dark teacher staring at him over a cauldron of his own. Severus Snape was the man's name. The cold reader from the high table. The voice that had sneered through fame, clearly, isn't everything in his opening lecture. The eyes that had lingered on Harry's scar with a mix of contempt and something deeper underneath that Harry's nose had not yet sorted. Potter, Snape said. The voice was like old silk. Our new celebrity. Yes, sir. Tell me. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot up. Harry did not look at her. The voice in his head, which had spent the morning amused by the dungeon's smell and unimpressed by Snape's posturing, said, asphodel and wormwood. He's quoting Lily. What? Your mother. They were both in his year. You think he doesn't remember? He's testing you. The asphodel wormwood draft is in the language of flowers, kid. It means I bitterly regret. He's dressed it up in school robes but he's saying it to you because you got her eyes. Harry looked up. He looked at Snape. He looked at him the way he had looked at the goblin in Gringotts and at the old man at the high table and at every other adult in his life who had thought he was dealing with a child. He held Snape's eye. Draft of living death, sir, Harry said evenly. Snape's eyes narrowed. Hermione's hand wavered. And Bezoar's, Harry said, before Snape could ask the next question, go down the throat to save you from most poisons. And monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also called aconite. 7th chapter of Magical Drafts and Potions. I read the book. The dungeon had gone still. Snape's lip curled, but the curl had a hesitation in it. He had been about to make a meal of Harry's ignorance. The meal had been served back to him, neatly, on the same plate. He looked at Harry a beat longer than he should have. Then he looked away. A point to Gryffindor for not being entirely lazy, he said. The voice had a strange cracked dryness in it, the voice of a man who could not, for a half-second, find the next insult. Pages 40 through 53. Begin. Harry began. He worked beside Hermione, who had watched the exchange with an expression Harry could not yet read. He chopped his roots cleanly, stirred his cauldron at the right speeds, did not let his potion smoke when it should have steamed. He had spent 60 years in army kitchens. A potion was a kitchen. A kitchen was a place where you followed the instructions and did not improvise unless you knew what you were improvising. He did not improvise. Halfway through the lesson, 2 cauldrons over, Neville's potion exploded. Neville had added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the heat. Harry had watched him do it. He had been about to say Neville, off the heat first, and had not, because he had been caught in his own stir, and the cauldron had melted, and the potion had run across the floor, and Seamus had jumped onto his stool to keep his shoes dry, and Neville's arms and legs were burning red welts and the smell of burnt skin and seafoam was in the room. Snape rounded on Neville. "Idiot boy. I suppose you added the quills before taking the cauldron off the fire." Neville was crying without making any sound. The red welts were darkening. Harry, beside the next cauldron, watched without moving for 2 seconds while his head ran the math. Snape's body language read as showing off for Potter, which meant Snape had found his footing again, which meant Snape was about to keep going for as long as it served him to keep going. Harry's job was not to stop the lesson. Harry's job, the voice in his head reminded him with the particular gentleness it used when it was telling him to be careful, was not to make himself a target before he was ready. Harry's job was to fix Neville's arm. Harry stepped over. He took Neville's elbow in his hand. He held it firmly. He said, to Snape's back, in a voice that was not quite a child's voice, "Sir. He needs the hospital wing." Snape turned. Snape's face was the face of a man who had just been corrected by a first year in his own classroom, in his own dungeon, on his own grievance. The face was not pleasant. The voice that came out of the face was so low that the rest of the dungeon could not hear it. "And what, Potter, makes you the judge of where any of my students need to go?" "Burns are bad without immediate cold water and a topical paste," Harry said evenly. "He's getting blisters on the inside of his elbow already. If they pop in the air without cleaning, the next thing is sepsis. I've seen it. He needs a healer." The dungeon was quiet. The voice in Harry's head said, "You're escalating, bub." Harry kept going. "Sir." Snape's eyes locked on his. Snape was reading him in earnest now, not for the gleam of a child to break, but for the strange shape of the thing that had taken his asphodel wormwood test and given him back the words "I read the book," and now had laid down the simple economic logic of "this child needs a healer or his arm rots." Snape was looking, this time, at the eyes and not at the scar. Snape pulled his eyes off Harry's. He looked at Neville. He looked at Neville's arm. He looked at the cauldron puddle on the floor. "Take him," Snape said. His voice had gone flat and cold. "Up to Madame Pomfrey. Be back here in 20 minutes. A point from Gryffindor for your idiocy, Longbottom, and another point for Potter's running commentary." "Yes, sir," Harry said. He walked Neville out of the dungeon by the elbow. Neville, on the stair, said, in a voice that was 3/4 sob and 1/4 wonder, "He hates you." "Yeah. You didn't get scared." "No." "Why?" Harry walked a few paces in silence. He thought about the question. He decided, after a moment, that Neville was a boy who deserved an honest answer and would not know what to do with the honest answer he got. "There are worse things than men who hate you," Harry said. "I've known a few." Neville went quiet. Madame Pomfrey took one look at the arm and clucked and waved her wand twice and applied a paste that smelled like clover. Within 10 minutes Neville's arm was pink and whole. Within 15 minutes Neville was eating a chocolate frog Madame Pomfrey had given him for being brave. He was looking at Harry the way a stray dog looked at a man who had not yet kicked it. The voice in Harry's head said, "That's 3 of them, kid." "3 what?" "3 you take a knife for already. Granger. Weasley. The boy with the toad. You ain't been here a week." Harry did not answer that. He took Neville back to the dungeon. He served the rest of his hour at his cauldron without speaking. Snape did not speak to him again for the rest of the lesson. At the end, when Harry was washing his cauldron at the sink, Snape walked past and paused, by perhaps half a second, and did not look at him, and walked on. The voice in Harry's head said, very quietly, "He's going to come back at us. Not today. He needed a minute. He will. Let him," Harry said. Friday afternoon was flying lessons. Madame Hooch was a short, sharp-eyed woman with hair like a hawk's hackle and a whistle on a string. She drew them up in 2 lines, Gryffindor and Slytherin, 20 broomsticks lying on the grass. She told them how to summon a broom up to their hand. "Up," the children chanted. Most of the brooms wobbled. Some of them rolled. Hermione's broom did not move at all. Ron's broom hit him in the face. Harry's broom came up to his palm on the first call, smooth as a knife into a sheath, and stayed there. Madam Hooch looked at him a half-second longer than at the others. "Held it like that before, Mr. Potter?" "No, ma'am." She gave him a look that was entirely without surprise. The voice in Harry's head said, "Body's on autopilot. Don't fight it. Fly the damn broom." Then Neville's broom went up by itself. Neville had not summoned it. Neville had been standing too far back and his hand had not been even close. The broom rose under him on its own, Madam Hooch's voice rising, "Mr. Longbottom, get down from there," and Neville, 20 feet up and rising, his face already going green, lurched sideways, and his remembrall, a small glass bauble his grandmother had sent him that morning, slipped out of his pocket. He scrabbled for it. His hands missed. The remembrall fell, glittering. Neville's broom bucked. Neville came off it. He came off it badly. He turned in the air. His weight went out from under him. He landed on the grass with a sound Harry had heard before, in another life, on another field, a snap that did not belong to any healthy bone, and he made a small confused noise and went still. Madam Hooch ran. Harry was already moving. He did not, technically, decide to do it. The body did it. The body had been fitted to bone claws and a healing factor and 100 years of running toward the thing that was breaking, and the body knew the broom, and the body stepped onto the broom and it kicked off the ground and went up the way a hawk went up, vertical and fast, and it caught the remembrall 4 feet off the grass, and it kept going. He did not need to keep going. The remembrall was caught. He could come down. But the body was glad to be off the ground, and the body wanted, briefly, to remember what flying had been like in another shape, and the body let itself bank in a wide, easy turn over the lawn with the wind going past his ears like cold breath, and Harry, who had been a child only sometimes in his life, felt, for a second only, but for a whole second, the small honest pleasure of being 11 and good at something. He came down. He landed on the grass in front of Madam Hooch. He held out the remembrall. "Sorry, ma'am." "Habit." "Habit," said Madam Hooch. "Yes, ma'am." She looked at him. A figure was approaching across the grass at speed. Tall, severe, tartan robes flying. "Professor McGonagall," Harry's nose said. He inclined his head and got ready. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. "Come with me." He went with her. She did not speak on the walk back to the castle. She did not speak in the corridor. She did not speak until she had collected, from a charms classroom on the way, a 5th year with broad shoulders and a rough Yorkshire accent, whose name turned out to be Wood. She told Wood she had found him a seeker. Wood, Oliver Wood, looked at Harry and looked at McGonagall and said, "He's 11, Professor." "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, "is small, fast, and apparently a natural. He will need a broom. Wood, organize it. Mr. Potter, you will not break the rules in this manner again. You will, however, make the team." "Yes, ma'am." "Yes. Yes, ma'am." She paused. She narrowed her eyes a fraction. She had clearly been ready to argue him into the position. The lack of argument seemed to surprise her. "You are not going to ask why we are not punishing you, Mr. Potter?" "No, ma'am. Most boys would." "I'm not most boys." She studied him. He studied her back. After a long moment she said, "No, Mr. Potter, I do not believe you are. Off you go." He went off. In the corridor, alone, he put one hand against the cold stone of the castle wall and felt, just for a second, the small old pleasure of having flown buzz still in his blood. The voice in his head said, "That was fun, kid. We needed that." "Yeah," Harry said. A first year from Slytherin, a girl with a long nose and a bow in her hair, scuttled past him in the other direction. Then Malfoy himself came around the corner with Crabbe and Goyle, and the swagger of Malfoy's walk faltered, by a half-step, the kind of faltering only Harry would notice, when he saw Harry standing at the wall. Malfoy collected himself fast. "Potter. Off to write a will. I heard McGonagall caught you." Harry said. "Wizard's duel. Tonight. Trophy room. Midnight. Wands only. Seconds. I'll bring mine." The voice in Harry's head laughed once, dry and short. "Old trick. The kid's gonna no-show and Filch is gonna find us in the trophy room. He's hoping we get expelled." "All right," Harry said evenly. Malfoy blinked, briefly thrown by being agreed with, and recovered. "Bring a second," he said, and walked off with his men. Harry stood at the wall. He did not, technically, intend to go. He intended, instead, to walk by the third-floor corridor on the way back from the no-show, and see what was in there, and let Filch chase them down a different stretch of castle, and quietly map a piece of the building Dumbledore had given him a one-line invitation to. 2 days. He had not been in this castle 2 full days. He had a place at a table, a small enemy upstairs in the dungeon, a second smaller enemy in his own year, a friend with red hair, a friend with brown hair, a friend with a toad, an old wizard at the head table watching him with patient curiosity, a teacher with a passenger that smelled like death, and a corridor of out-of-bounds rumors waiting for him on the 3rd floor. The voice in his head said, "This is going to be one of those years, isn't it, kid?" "Yeah," Harry said. "It is." He pushed off the wall and walked back to the Gryffindor common room with his hands in the pockets of his robes and a small, quiet, unfamiliar warmth in his chest that was beginning, against his better judgment, to settle in. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Trolls and Three-Headed Dogs. The trophy room was empty at midnight. Harry had known it would be. Ron, beside him in the dark with a wand in one fist and the shaking twig tremor of a boy walking through a strange castle at midnight in the other, had not known it. He had been ready to fight Malfoy. The empty room confused him for about 3 seconds. Then, while he was still confusing himself, Mrs. Norris came around the corner of a display case and froze and stared. The voice in Harry's head said, "Move." "Move," Harry said. Mrs. Norris yowled. Filch's footsteps started up at the end of the corridor, slow, dragging, unmistakable. Harry took Ron's elbow, the way he had taken Neville's elbow, and pulled. He did not run. Running, in a castle, was the wrong move. Walking was the wrong move. The right move was to flow, at the half-pace between, fast enough to put walls between you and the chase, slow enough to keep your boots from slapping the stone. He let his nose do the navigation. Hermione caught up with them at the second turn. "Are you completely mental?" she hissed. "If we are caught, we won't be," Harry said. "How do you trust me?" She stared at him. Then, surprising herself by it, she did. She fell into step. They went left, right, down a stair Harry had not seen 2 minutes ago. Filch's voice rang behind them. Harry took a doorknob he had not been able to see in the dark, and the door opened without complaint, and they were in a corridor. A corridor on the 3rd floor. The voice in his head said, "Drilly, you did this on purpose, didn't you, kid?" Maybe. The corridor was empty except for a single door at the far end. Old chains. Old marks of paws, large paws, 3 sets of them, scuffed into the floor in front of the door. A faint, hot, wet smell coming from under it that was very clearly an animal that had been fed recently and was sleeping. "What is this?" Hermione whispered. "What we came for," Harry said. He put a hand on the door. The voice in his head said, "Bub, just a peek. Don't go in." He turned the handle. The door swung in by a finger's breadth. A wave of hot animal breath rolled out. He heard the slow, deep, 3-way harmony of 3 throats breathing at the same time, and the click of long claws shifting on stone, and the soft thump of a tail the size of a cow dropping against the floor. He did not look in directly. 6 pale eyes flickered open, found him, considered him, and, because the breathing did not change, recognized that whoever was at the door was not yet a threat. The animal yawned, 3 mouths, 3 sets of teeth like railway spikes. Its great middle head laid itself back down on the floor. Under the animal, visible only through the bars of its great front legs, Harry could see a stone trapdoor. He shut the door, soft. That was a Cerberus, Hermione said when they were back in the common room. Yeah. They're guarding something. Trapdoor. Big stone one. Set into the floor like an old well cap. Harry, you're 11. Yeah. You don't talk like, you don't move like, Harry, who are you? Later. I'll tell you. When I trust you not to talk yourself out of believing it. 3 days later, Harry took Hermione to the 3rd-floor corridor. He took her in the cloak. He had been out twice on his own in the meantime to verify the dog's sleeping schedule. They went on the 3rd night, when the dog was most likely to be down for the long pre-dawn stretch. He showed her the door. He showed her the chains. He showed her the great sleeping shape of the dog and the small dark line of the trapdoor. It's a Cerberus, she said. A harp puts them all to sleep at once. They're musical creatures. The dog is the gate, not the lock. Yeah. What's underneath? Don't know yet. You're not going down alone, Harry. No. Promise me. I promise. If I go down, I take you and Ron with me. She exhaled. The voice in his head said, that's a partner, kid. 2 weeks went by. Charms went well. Harry's feather went up first try. Hermione's feather went up second try, after she had recited the proper enunciation to Ron, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa, and Ron had spent the rest of the class in a quiet stew about it. Walking out, Ron muttered to Seamus that no wonder she hasn't got any friends, she's a nightmare, loud enough that Harry's nose caught it 2 paces away and Hermione's shoulders went rigid. She walked faster. She vanished into the crowd. The voice in Harry's head said, Bub, that hurt her bad. He turned to Ron. You just hurt her on purpose. I didn't, you did. You wanted her to hear you. Don't lie to me. You owe her an apology before tonight. What, you can't just, yeah, I can. You wanted my sister, you got her. Be the kind of brother that fixes it when you make her cry. Otherwise we got a problem, you and me. Ron went slowly white at the word sister. He processed it. Yeah, he said roughly. Yeah. Yeah. He left Ron in the corridor and went looking. He found her in the 2nd-floor girls' bathroom, the one with the haunted U-bend. He listened from outside. He heard the cry that could not be stopped giving way to the cry that knew it had to be finished in private. He put his hand on the door. He did not push it open. He stood with his hand on the door instead. Hermione, he said, low. It's me. You don't have to come out. I'm gonna sit out here a while. Ron's an idiot and he knows it now and he's gonna apologize when you decide you can stand to look at him. The Halloween feast is starting in about an hour. I'll bring you something later if you don't come down. All right? All right, she said, flat and damp and dignified. He sat down with his back against the bathroom door. He did not know how long he sat there. His robes had soaked up water from the floor. He was thinking about the dog and the trapdoor and the way the dog had recognized he was not yet a threat, when his nose moved before his head did. The smell came down the corridor like a dirty river in flood. Old wet wool, the rank ammonia of a bladder that had not emptied right in years, the slow pungent edge of something rotted in the spaces between teeth. The smell came with a slow heavy footstep that put cracks in his estimate of the corridor's length. The voice in his head said, Troll. Harry was already standing. The thing came around the corner. 12 feet of gray-green dirty muscle, a head like a knot of wood on top of it, eyes set wrong, a club the size of Hermione's whole self dragging along the floor. It saw the bathroom door. It saw Harry. It came at him. There was no time, and then there was time. The body did its thing. He stepped back. The club came down where his head had been. Stone broke under it. He was already moving along the troll's flank. Inside leg. Take the inside leg out. Then the eye. We don't have the metal yet. We do this small. We do this fast. He did not draw the bones yet. Not where Hermione might step out and see them. He took the wand out, fast, and barked the only practical thing the body had memorized that morning, Wingardium Leviosa, at the club still in the troll's hand. The club came up out of the troll's grip and floated 3 feet over its own head. Harry, in the half-second the troll's face went confused, snapped the wand into a flick. The club came down on the troll's skull, hard. The troll staggered. Did not fall. The voice in Harry's head said, "Tougher than I thought. Knife it. Hermione's behind that door. Then make it fast." He went in. Bones, 3 of them, slid out of the back of his right hand. The slim metallic snick went into the corridor without echo. Harry stepped under the troll's arm and came up against its chest and took the inside of the troll's right knee out with the bones in a clean sideways slice, and then up the troll's belly, light, a cut that would have, on a man, gone through the abdominal wall and done it. He stepped back. The troll's right knee folded. It went down with a sound like a sack of wet bricks. Harry retracted the bones. He had not meant to kill it. He had, on impulse, decided to keep the thing alive for the staff to question, and the body had read his intention. The bathroom door opened. Hermione's face. Her hair was a wreck and her eyes were red. She had a wand in her hand, which was steady. Her gaze went down to the troll. Up to Harry. Caught, for a half-second, on the small drying line of gray-green blood across the back of Harry's right hand and the small clean closed slits of skin where the bones had been. Footsteps coming. 3 sets, McGonagall's quick precise click, Snape's longer stride sweep, Quirrell's small dragging stutter. 20 seconds out. He crouched. He spoke fast and low. "Hermione. Listen. This stays with you tonight. You came looking for the troll because you wanted to take it on yourself. Ron and me came to find you. Don't say anything else. Tomorrow night, 10 p.m., the Empty Charms classroom. I will tell you the rest. All of it. Yes. Yes," she whispered. McGonagall came around the corner. McGonagall took in the troll. McGonagall took in Hermione's tear-stained face. Ron had appeared at McGonagall's elbow, having finally found his courage 3 minutes too late. McGonagall's mouth went thin. "Miss Granger," she said. "What on earth, it's my fault, Professor," Hermione said, voice low and very steady. "I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them. I thought I could deal with it. I was wrong. Harry and Ron found me. Harry hit it with its own club. With Wingardium Leviosa. I'm sorry." The voice in Harry's head whistled, low and impressed. "That's a girl who lies for you, kid." 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said. "I am very disappointed in you. As for you two, 5 points each to Gryffindor. For sheer dumb luck." Behind her, Snape was looking at Harry. At the back of Harry's right hand. At the patch of skin where the bones had retracted. The voice in Harry's head said, "Snape's a player, bub. He's working on his own piece of the chessboard." The next night, in the Empty Charms classroom, Hermione sat on a desk with her arms folded. The torches were low. He had brought tea, in 2 chipped mugs from the kitchens. He told her. He told her in the order it had happened. The kitchen at 4 years old. The bones. The voice. The dreams. The jungle. The trenches. The years of getting up in cupboards and going to school and flexing his fingers in the dark. He told her enough. He told her about the man in his head and about the body's old training and about the healing factor and about the metal in the bones and about the fact that he was a child and not a child, both at once. She listened. She drank the tea. 2 questions, she said. Yeah. Are you safe to be around? He considered it. Most of the time. Always for you. Always for Ron. Always for the kids in this castle. Question 2. Can I help? The voice in Harry's head said, very softly, that's the question, kid. That's the one. Yeah, he said. You can help. Then tell me everything I don't know about that corridor and that dog, and we'll start. Snape pulled Harry from the dormitory 2 days later. The summons came by McGonagall. Mr. Potter, Professor Snape would like a word, before dinner. He went down with the bones in his hands quiet and the wand in his pocket and the map folded under his pillow upstairs, because a man did not bring his secret weapons into a meeting whose terms had not yet been set. Snape's office was warm. He closed the door. Sit down, Potter. He sat. I will, Snape said, ask one question. You will answer it. We will then never speak of it again. Sir. What was on the back of your right hand when you stood over the troll on the first floor? The voice in Harry's head said, mildly, lie or truth, kid. Truth. He's earned it. And he saw, anyway. It was bone, Harry said. Reinforced with metal. It comes out of the back of my hands when I need it to. It was Logan's, and now it's mine. I would prefer the school not know. Snape looked at him a long second. Logan. A man who lived a long time. A man whose memories joined mine when I was 4. He's not a name you'll find. He was somewhere else. Snape sat with it. His face did not move. And the killing curse, when it comes for you again, as it will. I'll come back. I have. The body remembers. Snape's mouth tightened. He did not, this time, sneer. I do not like you, Potter. I know, sir. I am, however, going to keep your secret. I am going to extend a degree of professional protection that I would not, normally, extend to a student. You are going to make this difficult for me. You are going to make the Dark Lord a poorer offer than he has anticipated, and I am going to keep the path between you and him as clear as I am able. I did not choose this. I owe a debt. The debt was owed to your mother. I am paying it through you. Are we agreed? Yes, sir. You will not thank me. No, sir. Out, Potter. Harry stood. He paused at the door. Sir. Asphodel and Wormwood. I knew, on the first day. I knew what you meant. I'm sorry for what you lost. So am I. He went out. In the office behind the door, for the first time in a long time, Severus Snape, who had not wept in front of any human being since the autumn of 1981, set his head on his own folded arms on the desk and let his shoulders shake, once, for the count of a long breath. The voice in Harry's head said very quietly, that'll do, kid. The Quidditch match against Slytherin came 2 weeks later. He won the game by catching the snitch in his teeth. Before that, his broom tried to kill him. The body felt the wrong before the head did. He hung from the broom by his hands and his ankles, 400 feet up. His eyes swept the staff stand and found the source. Quirrell, in the front row, was muttering with his eyes locked on the broom. His hands were fixed under his cloak. He was not blinking. Harry fixed Quirrell in his head. Then Hermione, 2 rows behind Quirrell, set fire to Snape's robes. She had thought it was Snape doing it. So had Ron. Hermione's blue flame had taken the hem of Snape's cloak, and Snape had jumped, and Quirrell, knocked sideways, had broken his eye contact with the broom for the half-second Harry had needed to climb back on. Afterwards, in the common room, Hermione was distraught. "It was Snape, I saw him," he was muttering. "Wasn't Snape," Harry said. Snape was muttering the counter-curse. "He was holding the broom up. Quirrell was the one trying to throw me off. Snape's playing his own game. It's not against me." She had gone still. "And Snape was protecting you." "Yeah." "From Quirrell." "Yeah." She let it sit. After a long moment she said, "Thank you, Harry. For telling me. Instead of carrying it alone." The voice in his head said, "That's 3 times now she's earned her place, kid." A week into November, Harry walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest at dusk with Hermione's blue notebook in his hand and a question in his head about the third-floor corridor that he had decided he was going to answer by smell. He did not go far in. The voice in his head did not let him. He stayed at the tree line, on the path Hagrid kept clear, and walked it slow with his nose at work. He was looking for the smell from the high table. The smell that came off Quirrell. The smell that lay underneath Quirrell, the slow rotting wrongness of the second life riding the first. He found it on a fallen log by the edge of the forest, 50 yards in, where the path dipped past a stand of pine. The smell was old. 3 days old, maybe 4. A cold spore trail of rot and turban cloth and the dry mineral edge of something that had stood very still on this log for long enough to matter. Harry crouched. He laid his small hand flat on the wood. The wood was clean. There were 2 small grease smudges of foot pressure where boots had been. The boots had stood here facing the path back to the castle, and the boots had stood here long enough that the moss under them had been crushed. The voice in his head said, "Bub." He stood here and watched. Yeah. Watched what? The path. Maybe Hagrid's. Maybe the castle. Could be both. Or maybe something on the other side of the forest. Harry stood up. He turned. He looked into the trees. A pale shape moved between 2 trunks, 50 feet in. Tall. 4-legged. A centaur stepped out of the woods. He was big, the size of a stallion at the shoulder, the torso of a man rising from the chestnut withers. His hair was the color of a dark wheat field. His eyes were sober and old. He did not, on seeing Harry, raise a weapon. He inclined his head, the smallest fraction. "You are the Potter boy." "Yeah. You have a strange smell on you, Potter boy. The same smell as the man with the turban, and not the same smell. You can read it." "I read what is." "You know what's at the school." The centaur considered him. "I know there is a wraith in your castle that is wearing a man. I know the wraith has been drinking from the unicorn herd in this forest. I know it will, in time, attempt to drink from you." The voice in Harry's head said, "Hold steady, kid." "Thank you," Harry said. "What's your name?" "Firenze." "Firenze. I want to ask you a thing, if I may." The centaur tilted his head. When, the wraith comes for me. If I'm in this forest. Will you and your kind stand between him and me? Once. So I can decide what comes next." Firenze looked at him a long second. "The herd does not interfere in human matters. This isn't a human matter. He's not a human." "No," Firenze said. He paused. "No, he is not. The stars have been speaking of you, Potter boy. The herd has been arguing about you. We have, until tonight, been undecided." He looked at Harry. "I will speak for you." "Thank you. You are not the boy on the cover of the books. No. You are something we have not had in this forest in many years." "Yeah." The centaur nodded once. When the wraith next walks in this forest, Potter boy, I will smell you on the wind. Send the smell. We will come. He turned. He went back into the trees. Harry stood at the log a moment longer. He filed the smell of Quirrell's standing place. He filed the centaur's offer. He filed the small important fact that the herd was arguing about him. The voice in his head said, "That's good work, kid." Yeah. He walked back to the castle with the dusk closing behind him and the small old patient warmth in his chest beginning, against his judgment, to feel something like a strategy. A second visit to the Forbidden Forest came in mid-November. On a Saturday morning Hagrid had begged him to come along on. Hagrid had a wounded thestral foal he was bringing back from a clearing a half-mile in. Hagrid wanted company. Harry, in his school robe and the small careful boots he had bought himself in Diagon, walked with him. Halfway down the path the wind shifted. Harry stopped. Hagrid stopped beside him. What? Smell. Hagrid sniffed the wind. Hagrid had been a half-giant for 60 years and a keeper of keys for 40, and Hagrid's nose was good. He frowned. Something wrong, but I can't place it. Quirrell, Harry said softly. Or what's riding him? Day or two old. Same direction we're going. How d'ya know that? Lucky knows. Hagrid stared at him. Hagrid said nothing for a long count. Hagrid had been told by Dumbledore, in the first week of term, that Harry was more aware than he appears, and Hagrid had taken the warning seriously. He nodded. Stay close to me, Harry. Yeah. They walked. The smell thickened. The smell led them past the clearing where the thestral was waiting and on, deeper, into the part of the forest Hagrid did not, on principle, take students. The smell ended at a low stone outcrop the size of a kitchen table, with a single white tail hair caught on its rough edge. Unicorn. The hair shimmered the way unicorn hair shimmered. Beneath the hair, on the stone, was a smear of dried silver-white blood. Harry crouched. He sniffed. He let his eyes go where the body's instinct told him to look. 3 days, he said. He drank here. Stood with his back to that tree. Walked off in that direction. He'll come back when the moon's down. He's keeping the unicorn alive, taking it in pieces. Hagrid, behind him, was very quiet. Hagrid. You're the only person I've told this to who isn't Hermione. I want it to stay that way for now. Why? Because if Dumbledore knew Quirrell was hunting unicorns, he'd act tonight. And if he acts tonight, Quirrell goes to ground for another year. We need him visible. We need him on his current pace. We don't need him yet. Hagrid's face did the thing his face did when he was being asked to keep a secret about a teacher and was, on principle, not enthusiastic. He swallowed. Yeri a skin me to lie to the headmaster. I'm asking you to wait. 2 months. I'll handle the rest. Hagrid looked down at the stone. He looked at the unicorn hair. He looked at Harry, small, 11, kneeling at the edge of an outcrop in the Forbidden Forest with the patience of a man 4 times his weight. 2 months, Hagrid said. 2 months. All right, Harry. The voice in Harry's head said, very softly, he's gonna keep his word, kid. Hagrid's that kind. Yeah, Harry said. They went back. They collected the thestral foal. They walked the long way to the hut and Harry, beside the great wet hot panting flank of the thestral, kept his nose turned outward to the wind, and by the time they reached the hut the smell had gone again. In the common room that night, Hermione asked him if he had been in the forest. He said yes. He said he had found the place Quirrell had been drinking unicorn blood. He said he had told Hagrid to keep quiet. He said he wanted her to take notes. She took notes. The notebook, by the end of the night, had a fresh page in it. The page had a small careful diagram of the outcrop. The page had a line that said Quirrell hunts unicorns, 3 days ago, will return at new moon. Centaur Forenza has agreed to stand once. The page had, at the bottom, in her smaller writing, Harry asks Hagrid to wait. Hagrid agrees. 2 months. She closed the notebook. 2 months, she said. 2 months. That puts us at the new term. February. We'll have the chess pieces by then. We'll be ready. Yeah. Ron, on the chair across the fire, was eating an apple and pretending not to be listening. Ron, by then, had been let into the project enough that he knew a chess metaphor when he heard one. Ron stopped chewing. Mate. Yeah. You're really gonna go down there? Yeah. With us? Yeah. Bloody hell. He swallowed the apple. He thought. Right. I'd better get my chess up, then. Yeah, Harry said. The voice in Harry's head, which was capable of admiring a young man under pressure as much as any voice in Harry's head had ever been capable, said, Cyclops, kid. Same kid. Yeah. 3 days after that, Harry walked down to Hagrid's hut alone. The hut sat at the edge of the forbidden forest with the smoke from its chimney going up in a thin straight line. Fong met him at the gate and laid 2 paws on his chest and slimed his face. Harry let him. Hagrid. What's down the trapdoor? Hagrid froze. The kettle wobbled in his hand. He set it down with both hands. Now don't you go a-skin that, Harry. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. He clapped a hand over his own beard. Shouldn't I said that, he muttered. The voice in Harry's head said, that's a name, kid. Hold that name. All right, Hagrid, Harry said evenly, taking another piece of cake. I'll forget I heard it. Hermione, in the library that night, looked the name up. Nicholas Flamel, the voice in his head whispered, alchemist. 600 years old. There's only one thing keeps an alchemist alive that long, kid. Stone. Yeah. The thing under the trapdoor was a philosopher's stone. Hermione found a reference in Most Potent Potions a week later. They sat in the charms classroom with the book open between them, and Hermione read aloud, and the voice in Harry's head listened, and when she had finished Harry sat for a long moment. It makes you immortal, she said. Yeah. And makes gold. But the immortal part's the part somebody wants. She closed the book. Voldemort. He's not strong enough yet. He's riding Quirrell. The stone would put him back in a body. Dumbledore knows. He's keeping it here on purpose. Letting Voldemort come for it. Harry. The school is bait. Yeah. And we're in the school. Yeah. She closed her eyes for a long second. Opened them. Nodded once. Then we'd better work. They worked. In the second week of December, Snape called Harry to his office a second time. The summons came again by McGonagall, who looked at Harry over her square spectacles with the small precise concern of a teacher who had not been told what was happening in a colleague's office and had decided, on balance, to trust the colleague. Be back by curfew, Mr. Potter. Yes, ma'am. He went down. Snape was at his desk. Snape was reading a parchment Harry recognized, the Daily Prophet archive page from October, with the small note in Snape's own hand at the top, Quirinus. Albania. June through August. Sit, Potter. He sat. You have, I am told a half-giant about the unicorns. Yes, sir. Hagrid has, I am told, agreed to keep this from the headmaster. Yes, sir. You are aware that I have, by virtue of my position, 3 different ways of finding out what students tell each other in this castle. Yes, sir. You are also aware that I have, by virtue of the agreement we made in this office, professional reasons for not being a fourth method of relaying it to the headmaster. Yes, sir. Then we are in concord, Potter, in our shared concealment from a man we both serve. Yes, sir. Snape's mouth tightened. I do not enjoy this position. No, sir. Tell me when you intend to act. February, sir. New term. After Hagrid's 2 months. And what do you require of me? The voice in Harry's head said, he's offering, kid. He's offering. Sir, Harry said evenly. When I go down, when the trapdoor opens, I want you in the headmaster's office at the moment of opening, with the door bolted from the inside, and the headmaster on a forged ministry summons that will not survive his inspection longer than 30 minutes. Snape stared at him. You are asking me, Snape said slowly, to keep the headmaster out of his own school for the duration of your descent. Yes, sir. For what reason? Because if he is in the building, Quirrell will not move. The trap requires bait. I have decided to be bait. Dumbledore will not let me be bait if he is in the building. Snape sat back. He folded his hands on the desk. You are 11. Yes, sir. You are not. No, sir. Snape closed his eyes for a long second. He opened them. He nodded, the smallest fraction. Very well, Potter. Sir. Yes. One more thing. What? In your second tier of plans. The one where the trap fails and I die. I want my notebook delivered to Sirius Black. Snape's eyebrows did not move. His face did not change. But his fingers, on the desk, paused for half a beat. Black. He's innocent. I know. Hermione knows. I have proofs. Pettigrew is alive in this castle as a rat in Ron Weasley's pocket. I have not yet acted because I have larger problems. When my larger problems are solved, I will act. If I do not survive my larger problems, I want my notebook in Black's hands within 24 hours of my death. He'll know what to do with it. A long second. Very well, Potter, Snape said quietly. Thank you, sir. He stood. He paused at the door. Snape's voice came after him, low. Potter. Yes, sir. You are an exceptionally difficult student. Yes, sir. I will, in time, find the words for what I am attempting to say to you now. Tonight, I do not have them. That's all right, sir, Harry said. I have time. He went out. He shut the door behind him. In the office behind the door, Severus Snape, who did not weep often and did not weep on schedule, sat for a long minute with his hands flat on the desk, and then, slowly, picked up his quill and wrote a letter to Sirius Black that he would never, in fact, send, but which would sit in the second drawer of his desk for the rest of his service to the Order, and which, on the morning after the war ended, he would burn. Christmas approached. The grounds went white. The lake froze over in patches. The great hall was hung with 12 trees so tall they brushed the enchanted ceiling. Harry, who had not stayed anywhere for Christmas, signed his name on the list for staying at the school, as did Ron. The Weasley parents were going to Romania to see a son who studied dragons, and Hermione signed with regret on her face and went home for 2 weeks. The night before she left she met Harry in the Charms classroom one more time. She had brought a blue notebook. The blue notebook had a list of Quirrell's behaviors, a list of Snape's behaviors, a list of the things Harry had said offhandedly that contradicted the things first years were supposed to know. I want a list of what Logan knows about three-headed dogs by spring. All right. And I want, she said, glancing up, you to write down, in a sealed envelope I will not open, the 3 things you most regret. From his life. Yours. So that if anything happens to you, I have a starting point for who you were. He stared at her. The voice in his head said gently, that ain't a question for an 11-year-old, kid. She knows it ain't. Why? Because I'm not going to lose you to something stupid in this castle without knowing your name. And because if I have to grieve you, I want to grieve you accurately. All of you. He let his eyes go to the fire. After a long minute he reached for parchment. He wrote 3 lines. He folded the parchment. He sealed it with wax. He gave the parchment to her. Don't open it. I won't. I promise. She tucked the envelope into the inside pocket of her coat. She stood up. She walked over and, very fast, before he could decide what to do about it, hugged him. Happy Christmas, she said, into his shoulder. Yeah, he said. She left. The week between Hermione leaving and Christmas morning Harry spent learning the castle. He found the kitchens. He found 4 secret passages out to Hogsmeade. He found a corridor on the 7th floor that, when he walked past it 3 times thinking of a quiet place to read, opened into a small library, a room of requirement. The voice in his head identified, that's a useful one, kid. He found, in the trophy room, a small plaque that said James Potter, Seeker, 1971 to 1977, Gryffindor House. He sat on the bench in front of it for 10 minutes. On Christmas morning, Harry woke up in the dormitory to find a stack of presents at the foot of his bed. He had not had a stack of presents at the foot of his bed in any life he could remember. Among the gifts was a parcel with no name on the tag. The parcel held a cloak. The cloak was silver and water and the small impossible suggestion of moonlight in fabric form. He slid it across his arm. His arm vanished. The note said, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." There was no signature. Harry held the cloak in his hands. The voice in his head said, very softly, "That's a hell of a gift, kid. He wants you to be able to walk in the dark." Yeah. He folded the cloak with care. He set it on his bed. He sat for a long time looking at it. Then he stood up, because Ron was demanding he look at the joke shop catalog Fred had sent, and because the dormitory had gone loud with Christmas, and because the boy in his body was 11 years old, and the boy in his body had presents at the foot of his bed for the first time in either of his lives, and the man in him owed it to the boy to sit on the floor with his friend and open them. He sat on the floor. He opened them. Outside, snow fell on the 3rd floor corridor. Inside, the dog dreamed. Inside, the trapdoor waited. Inside, Harry Potter and the man called Logan filed each new piece of the year and did not, yet, go down. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Mirror and the Stone. He found the room on the 3rd night of holiday wandering. The cloak made it possible. He had walked the castle for the previous 2 nights with the cloak over his small shoulders and his nose taking the air, mapping the building corridor by corridor. He had marked staircases that turned. He had marked, on the 3rd night, a portrait of an armor-bearing knight that gave him a wink and a salute. He had told nobody. Ron had gone home to the burrow. The room he found was on the 4th floor west wing, behind a door that should have been locked and was not. The room was empty except for a mirror. The mirror stood about 10 feet tall, in a frame of carved gold. Above the frame, in letters that had worn at the edges, was written, "Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi." Harry stood in the doorway and read it backwards in his head, slow. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." The voice in Harry's head went still. "Ah, hell. What? Nothing good comes of these, kid. Walk away. One look. Bub, one look." He stepped into the room. The cloak slid back from his shoulders. He stood in front of the mirror in his pajamas with his bare feet cold on the stone floor, and he looked. The mirror showed him a man he had never met. The man was tall. The man had wild dark hair and round wire-rimmed glasses and a small crooked smile that lived around his eyes more than around his mouth. The man was holding a woman by the waist. The woman was small and red-haired and very pretty and was looking out of the mirror with eyes that were the same green as Harry's, and the look in those eyes was a look Harry had never had directed at him before, and the look was, simply, love. Behind them was a row of other faces. A bald man in a hovering chair. A blue man with a tail and gentle eyes. A red-haired woman in a green dress, laughing. A man with a visor. A woman with white hair. A row of dead people, both of his lives. In front of them all was a small boy in pajamas, Harry, standing where Harry was standing. The man in the wire-rimmed glasses had reached out and rested a hand on the small boy's shoulder, and the small boy had looked up at the man, and the small boy was smiling. The voice in Harry's head said, "Yeah. There it is." Harry stood in the cold doorway of the empty room and looked at the people he had buried and the people he had never met and the small unguarded face of the boy he had not been allowed to be, and he did not move for a long time. He stood for 10 minutes, exactly. He counted the minutes against a clock on the mantel that did not exist except in his memory of an army barracks in 1953. At the end of 10 minutes he stepped back. He turned. He walked out of the room. He shut the door behind him. He walked all the way back to Gryffindor Tower without looking back, and the voice in his head was quiet, and his chest was full of the small old patient ache of a man who had learned, 80 years ago, that his ghosts were a thing to carry, not a thing to feed. In the morning he went to Dumbledore's office without an invitation. The gargoyle stepped aside for him. The gargoyle, on inspection, had been waiting for him. The spiral stair went up. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk with a cup of tea in his hand and a Christmas hat on his head, and his half-moon spectacles were resting low on his nose. A red and gold bird the size of a small turkey sat on a perch by the window. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Come in." "Lemon drop?" "No thank you, sir." He sat. The bird shifted on its perch. Harry inclined his head to the bird, the way he had inclined his head to the goblin in Gringotts. The bird, somehow, inclined its head back. "You found the mirror," Dumbledore said. "Yes, sir. I had wondered when you would. You are ahead of schedule. I won't go back to it." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "No. Because I know what's in it. It's the dead. I've already lost most of those people. The ones in the back I never had. Looking at them won't bring them back. It'll only put a hole in me where they were standing." Dumbledore looked at him over the spectacles for a long time. "How old are you, Harry?" he said at last. 11, sir. And older than that, sir." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I rather thought so." He sat with the information. He did not press it. "I will move the mirror tomorrow." "Thank you, sir." "Harry." "Yes, sir. You are not, when this year is over, going to be the boy any of us expected. I am sorry for that. I am also pleased. I have a great deal to ask of you, in time. I am glad to be asking it of someone who has, perhaps, asked it of himself before. Sir. The thing under the third-floor corridor. You're letting it come to you. Yes. You think it's safer to have him try here than to wait for him to grow strong elsewhere. Yes. You know I'll be there when it happens. I had hoped you would consult me before being there. I see now that hoping was probably ambitious of me. Yes, sir. A small silence. Dumbledore picked up his tea again. His name is Fawkes. Phoenix. He was, in another way, one of the parents of your wand. Yeah. He has not warmed to a student in 50 years. He warmed to you in 3 minutes. Yeah. Dumbledore smiled. He sipped the tea. Off you go, Harry. And Harry, try, if you can, to let me help. 2 old soldiers can do more than one. And you are, I think, allowed the help. If you will take it. Harry stood up. He paused. Yes, sir. I'll let you help. He went down the spiral stair. The voice in his head said, very quietly, "Old man's all right, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. "He is." January brought, with the new term, the small steady pressure of training. Harry, who had been allowed by McGonagall to use the empty defense classroom for solo wand practice, on the implicit understanding that he was not going to use it to break any school rules he had not already broken, spent 40 minutes there every morning before breakfast. He drilled the basics. Expelliarmus, stupefy, protego, expelliarmus. He drilled them slow, then fast, then in pairs of 2 and 3. He drilled the silent variants the body remembered without his permission, the body's old soldier muscle memory for casting under fire. He drilled the dodge and fire footwork that he and Hermione had begun to call the waltz, because it had 3 beats, sidestep, fire, recover, and could be done in time to a slow piano piece they had borrowed from a music room speaker. Hermione joined him on Saturdays. Ron joined him on Sundays. Neville, who had decided, the autumn after the trapdoor, that he was going to be useful in this castle if it killed him, joined them on Wednesdays at first, then Tuesdays and Wednesdays, then Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Saturdays. Neville's Expelliarmus by the end of January had a small steady weight to it that the voice in Harry's head approved of. "That kid's a sleeper, kid," the voice said. "Wait till he hits 16. He'll surprise you." He let Neville into the project, by inches. He did not tell Neville what was at the bottom of the corridor. He did tell Neville that there were things in the world worth being trained for. Neville accepted the training with the small quiet gratitude of a person who had not, in his life, been told he was worth training. By the end of January Harry had 4 people in his small private war school, and the small private war school was, the voice in his head observed dryly, the foundation of every army he had ever built. In the second week of February, Harry walked the corridor below the trapdoor at 3 in the morning with the cloak over his shoulders and the wand in his pocket and the bones quiet in his hands. He was scouting. He was scouting because the body had decided, on its own, that it would not enter a maze it had not pre-walked. He took, in 3 nights of careful work, a partial map of each chamber. He could see the keys flock, the voice in his head observed, like the kid playing Seeker, "Kid, that one set up for you," through the keyhole of the next chamber down. He could hear the chess set rumbling through the floor of the second chamber. He could not see the third or beyond. The chambers, he understood, were sealed against the cloak, by some old ward work. That was all right. He knew enough. The voice in his head said, "That ain't a maze, kid. That's a casting call." "Yeah," Harry said. "Each chamber's a teacher. Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, already done, the Troll, Snape, Dumbledore. And the man's letting you and your friends through it. Yeah. To use you as the punctuation on the trap. Yeah. All right, then, kid." He went home to the dorm at 4 in the morning, and slept 3 hours, and went down to breakfast, and let nothing on his face show anything. February brought a thaw, and a single envelope addressed to Harry in handwriting he had never seen. The envelope had no signature on the back. He turned it in his fingers in the common room. The voice in his head said, "Smell it, kid." Harry smelled it. Old paper. A hint of pipe smoke. Something else underneath, a faint, dry, mineral ghost of what he was beginning to recognize as the smell of a man who had been hidden a long time, washing only in cold rivers. He opened it in the dormitory with the curtains drawn. The letter was 3 lines. "Pop. I've heard you went to Hogwarts. I would have come for you when your parents died if I had been able. I was not able. Your mother's sister will not give you my name. The man whose name you have been told instead is not the man who killed your parents. I will explain everything when I can. Trust no one. Especially not Peter." There was no signature. The paper smelled of forest. Harry sat with the letter on his knee for a long time. The voice in his head said, "That ain't a normal letter, bub. Smells like a man on the run who knows you." Yeah. He folded the letter. He slid it into the inner pocket of his school robe. He kept it there for the rest of the spring, and showed it to Hermione exactly once, in the Charms classroom, 2 weeks later. "Whoever wrote this," Hermione said, holding the letter up to the candlelight, "knows you're alive. And isn't your aunt's friend. And thinks Peter who? Don't know yet. And expects you to remember him. Yeah. Harry. Is it possible Sirius Black is innocent? It's possible. It's more than possible. He smells like he is. You can smell that. You can smell shame. You can smell guilt. You can't smell innocence, exactly, but you can smell its shape in the absence of the other two. There's a man writing me letters from a forest somewhere in Britain who wants me to know him, and he doesn't smell like a murderer. When the time comes, I'll go meet him. Not yet. Not till he's ready to come find me." She wrote it in the notebook 2 pages over from the diagram of the trapdoor. In the 3rd week of February, Snape called Harry to his office a 3rd time. The summons came again by McGonagall. Harry went down. Snape was at his desk. He closed the door. "Sit, Potter." He sat. "There has been an incident in the corridor." "Sir." "Not the 3rd floor. The 7th. The defense against the dark arts master attempted, last night, to gain access to a room that does not exist except by request." The voice in Harry's head said, "He's working on the mirror room, kid." "Yeah." "He failed," Snape said. "The room would not open for him. The headmaster has, this morning, moved the mirror to a chamber the defense master cannot reach. And the stone has been moved with the mirror. The mirror is, in fact, the lock. You will have noticed, when you eventually walk into that chamber, that the mirror gives the stone only to a person who wishes to find it but not to use it. The defense master will, when he eventually reaches the mirror, find himself looking at his own face in a polished sheet of glass. You will not." "Yes, sir. You have been planning this since November." "Yes, sir." "You are remarkable, Potter." "Yes, sir." Snape's mouth twitched. "You are also insufferable." "Yes, sir." "Out." "Sir." "Yes, what?" "Thank you for telling me." A long second. "Out, Potter." Harry left. The week before the descent, the 4 of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, by then formally and quietly inducted as the 4th member of the War School, sat in the Charms classroom one last time. Neville had been told the rough shape of the plan. Neville had been told he would, on a signal, a Patronus from any of them, go straight to McGonagall's office and crush the glass. Neville, on the night of the briefing, had sat very still with the glass in his hand. He had not asked any of the questions a sensible 11-year-old would have asked. "You're sure you want me, Harry?" "Yeah, Nevada. I'm sure. I'm not very good." "You're better than you were. You'll be better than that, by 6th year. By 7th you'll be the kind of man we'd send into a graveyard alone." Neville blinked. He set the small glass carefully into the inside pocket of his robe. "All right, Harry." The voice in Harry's head said, "He'll do it, kid. When the day comes, he'll do it." "Yeah." The morning before the descent, Harry walked alone to the lake at sunrise. The lake was still. Steam was lifting off the surface in long pale tongues. He stood at the edge with his hands in the pockets of his school robe and the wand in his right pocket and the letter from the unsigned man in his left and the small old patient ache in his chest that he had been carrying for 80 years. He thought about Logan. He thought about the bald man in the chair. He thought about the boy with the goggles whom Logan had loved like a brother. He thought about the woman with the red dress, laughing. He thought about Lily Potter, whom he had never met, and whose protection had laid itself across him at age 1 and was, by the calculation of his bones, going to be the thing that brought him back when Voldemort tried to take him out tonight. He thought, last, about the small old fact that his life, both of his lives, had been a long string of moments in which he had walked toward a dangerous thing not because he wanted to but because the alternative was that someone else walked toward it instead. He had decided, this morning, that he was going to walk toward this one in his own name. Not Logan's. Harry's. The boy with green eyes and a thin scar and the small clean stubbornness of a child who had outlived his own parents. The voice in his head said, very quietly, yeah, kid. Yeah. That's how we do it. Yeah. He walked back up to the castle for breakfast. The day went on. He sat through charms. He sat through transfiguration. He ate his lunch. He sat through defense, taught, by then, by a substitute, because the real defense master was, the substitute said brightly, down with a chill. The voice in Harry's head said, yeah, he's down with a chill all right. He's down in the corridor. Yeah. In the common room that night, Hermione sat with the blue notebook open. She was running the timeline. Harry laced his boots. The descent began. 3 weeks later it happened. Hermione sat in the common room with the blue notebook open. She was running the timeline. It's tonight. Has to be. Dumbledore got a summons from the Ministry an hour ago. Urgent. It's a forgery. They've drawn him out. Snape was at dinner glaring at the head table, he knows. Or he suspects. McGonagall's at the door of the third-floor corridor right now, and I bet you anything Quirrell's already passed her. Yeah. He was lacing up his boots. He had on a black jumper and his cloak was folded under his arm. The bones in his hands were quiet. The wand in his pocket was warm. Ron was standing at the foot of the stair, flushed and angry and ready. We're coming with you, Harry, Hermione said. Don't argue. I wasn't going to. She blinked. You're better than me at half the things down there. Ron is better than both of us at chess. I'm not stupid. We go together. We come back together. The voice in his head said, that's how an officer talks, kid. Hermione, beside Harry on the broom room landing, said quietly, he's letting it be tested. Each chamber is a teacher's specialty. The devil's snare was Sprouts. The keys were Flitwick's. The chess will be McGonagall's. The troll's already taken. The potion riddle will be Snape's. The mirror, that will be Dumbledore's own. Yeah. He wanted me to have a chance. He's been training me. The whole year. Why? Because Voldemort is going to come for me whether I'm in this castle or out of it. Better here. Better with my friends. Better with him at the high table. Better at the bottom of a corridor he laid out for me. Better at the start of a war where I can choose how it begins. Hermione's jaw set. Then let's do it. Neville met them in the common room. Neville had seen them lacing boots. Neville had stood up. Neville had said, in a small but steady voice, I won't let you. You'll lose us house points. I'll fight you. Hermione had hit him with a body-bind curse before Harry could say no. The voice in Harry's head said, hell of a Christmas present, kid. Neville had stood up to them. Neville, an actual 11-year-old, had planted himself in front of 3 of his friends because he thought they were running into something bad. Harry would, he made a small note to himself, owe Neville a long careful explanation and a piece of Honeyduck's best chocolate. A week before the descent, Harry walked, alone, in the cloak, to a small empty classroom on the 7th floor. He had taken to using the room of requirement as a private rehearsal space. He had asked, 3 times in a row, for a place to practice killing without anybody dying, and the room had given him a long stone hall lined with straw-stuffed dummies that did not bleed when struck. He drilled, that night, for 2 hours. He drilled with the bones extended. He drilled cuts to the inside of the knee, the inside of the elbow, the soft point at the side of the throat, the long line under the jaw. He drilled the wand and the bones at the same time, wand in the right hand, bones extended on the left, the right firing while the left closed the distance, the waltz footwork carrying him from one dummy to the next. The voice in his head, watching, said, "You're cleaner than you were in 1944, kid. Better teachers, this time around." "Yeah." He asked the room, at the end of the 2 hours, for water. The room produced a stone basin with a tap. He drank. He stood in the cool dim hall and let his arms hang loose. The bones retracted with the small clean snick he had been hearing in his own head since age 4. He looked at his hands. He turned them. He flexed them. He breathed. He had decided, by the time he walked out of the room, that he was not going to use the bones on Quirrell. He was going to let Quirrell come at him with bare hands, and he was going to let Quirrell burn on his mother's protection, because it was Quirrell's death the second phase had bought, and Quirrell deserved to die at his own master's hand and not Harry's. The voice in his head said, "That's the call, kid." Yeah. He went back to the dorm and slept 3 hours and dreamed, briefly, of his mother in a kitchen she had never owned, humming a tune that the voice in his head said was Star of the County Down, and which Harry could, for the first time in either of his lives, hum the second verse of when he woke up. In the corridor, before the trapdoor, Harry stopped and looked at the three of them. Hermione had her hand in the inside pocket of her robe where the notebook was. Ron had his wand out. Neville had peeled off and gone, on Harry's signal, up to the tower with the phoenix glass and a strict instruction not to crush it until and unless the Patronus came. The voice in Harry's head said, "You got an army, kid. 11 years old. You got an army." "Yeah. Last call," Harry said. "Either of you wants to walk back to the dorm, no shame. I'll go alone." "Don't be daft," Ron said. "Last call, Ron." "Daft," Ron said again. "I'm in." Hermione did not bother answering. She stepped past Harry to the door of the dog's chamber and said, evenly, "Move, Potter," and Harry moved, and she opened the door, and the harp was playing. They jumped. In Sprout's chamber, on the floor under the devil's snare, before Hermione lit the plant up, Harry's nose caught the small aftertrace of the man who had been ahead of them. Quirrell had moved through this room 20 minutes earlier. Quirrell had been alone. Quirrell had been talking to himself, or, the voice in Harry's head corrected, talking to the second face on the back of his head, and the second face had not been answering him, because the second face only answered when it had decided the moment was useful for it to answer. Quirrell was, Harry registered with the small private pity he had decided he would give the man, frightened. "He's been frightened all year," the voice in Harry's head said. "He's been frightened since June. The second face is using him up like firewood." "Yeah. Don't pity him too much, kid." He volunteered. "Yeah." The thought stayed with Harry through the keys, through the chess, through the troll, through the potion riddle. He carried it down the long step into the room of the mirror with the small clean awareness that the man he was about to face down had been, in another life, a teacher who had walked into the office of an old wizard with a question, and had come out as a vessel. When the moment came, when the green light hit him, Harry let himself fall with a small extra breath of "I'm sorry," made into the dying part of the body that was Quirrell's last seconds, and the voice in his head, which had been quiet through the long descent, said, very softly, "That's a good man, kid. That's how we keep the kindness." "Yeah," Harry said. Then he came back. The corridor was unlocked. The door was unlocked. The dog had been put to sleep with a harp that was still playing itself in the corner. The trapdoor stood open. They jumped. Devil's snare grabbed them. Hermione, after a panicked half-second, remembered the spell and lit the plant up with a clean blue lumos solum and they fell through. Harry hit the floor of the next chamber on his feet, the body's reflex absorbing the drop. The next chamber was a flock of flying keys. Harry, on a borrowed broom, caught the key with the broken wing in 3 swerves. The next chamber was a chess set. McGonagall's chess set, Transfigured Giant. Ron straightened in a way he had not straightened in front of any other adult in his life. "This is mine." He took them across like a man twice his age. He moved his pieces with the grim care of a sergeant moving his men. At the end he stood up on the back of his white knight. "I have to be taken. It's the only way. Once I'm taken, you check the king. Don't stop. Don't check on me. Just go." The voice in Harry's head said, very softly, "Cyclops, kid." That's how Scott would have said it. "That's the same kid." Hermione was crying soundlessly. Ron stepped forward. The Black Queen smashed across the board and laid Ron out with a swing of her stone arm. Harry checked the king. The king dropped its sword. Harry crouched a half-second over Ron, alive, knocked out, breathing, no blood, and Hermione checked his pulse, and Harry ran. The next chamber was a troll. Already unconscious. Quirrell, ahead of them. The next chamber was a riddle in 7 bottles. Hermione, in 8 minutes, solved it. 2 bottles for going forward, 1 for back. The going forward bottle had only enough for one of them. "You go," Hermione said. She was, by now, calm. "I go. You take Ron back. Get him to Pomfrey. Send word to Dumbledore." She closed her mouth. She nodded. Then she did something she had not done before. She took 2 quick steps over and hugged him hard, and stepped back, and did not say goodbye, because she was not, she had decided, the kind of girl who said goodbye. "Don't die." "Yeah." He drank the bottle. He stepped through the black flame. The last chamber was a circle of stone in front of an enormous mirror. The mirror was the mirror of Eriste. In front of the mirror, Quirrell with no turban, his back to Harry, stood and muttered to himself with his hands on the frame. The voice in Harry's head said, "Bub. Brace." Quirrell turned. The face on the back of Quirrell's head, where the turban had been, was a face that had eaten the inside of his dreams for years. White as a skull. Slits for nostrils. Red eyes. The mouth, when it moved, did not have lips. "Harry Potter." The voice from the second face hissed. "How you have grown. Come closer. Come, see what is in the mirror." Harry walked, slow, to the front of the mirror. The mirror, this time, showed him a different thing. The boy in the pajamas in the mirror reached into his own pocket and pulled out a small red stone the color of dried blood and held it up, and the boy's hand and Harry's hand, in the same instant, felt the stone slide into the pocket of his real jumper, heavy and warm. The voice on the back of Quirrell's head shrieked. "He has it. He has it. Give it to me. Give it to me." The body was already moving. Harry dropped, twisted sideways, came up on the balls of his feet, and put 4 meters between himself and Quirrell. "No," he said evenly. "Avada Kedavra," hissed the second face. The green light came across the room. The voice in Harry's head said, very quietly, "Hold on, kid. This is going to hurt and then it's not." The green light hit him in the chest. Harry Potter died for the second time in his life. He came back inside 3 seconds. It was the 18th time the body had done this. The body knew the drill. The healing factor woke up the way a man woke up in his own bed before the alarm, irritated, alert, immediate. The dead heart restarted with a small unceremonious thump. The breath rebooted. The eyes were already open. He was on the stone floor of the chamber for 1 full second before the small extra thread of magic, the warm protective layer his mother had laid over him 11 years ago, snapped into the body's healing the way a spark hit oil. The body got up. Quirrell stood across the room with both hands outstretched and a face like a man who had seen God and not been ready. The face on the back was screaming a hiss like a kettle. Harry stood up on the stone in front of the mirror and looked at Quirrell and let the bones come out, 3 on each hand, and the metal on them caught the firelight and threw it. Quirrell tried to scream. "Get him, the second face hissed. Quirrell came at him. The body was tired, but the body did the work. Harry stepped inside Quirrell's reach. His mother's protection lit up the moment Quirrell's hand closed on Harry's wrist. Quirrell screamed, the skin of Quirrell's hand peeling off in soft red flakes, and Harry, with the small efficiency of a fighter who had spent 100 years learning when to hit and when to wait, did not strike back. He held still. He let Quirrell grip him. He let Quirrell burn. Touch the other hand, the second face shrieked. Touch him, you fool. Quirrell did. Both hands on Harry's bare wrists. Both hands burning. The man inside the man started to come apart. Harry watched it. He let Quirrell come apart. He watched, with the sober attention of a soldier watching a fire he had set burn through a building to clear the rats out of it, as Quirrell's flesh ashed and the second face screamed and the form of the wraith that had been Voldemort tore itself out of the dying man's body in a column of black smoke and rose and gathered and screamed past Harry's face on its way out of the chamber, and the smoke was so cold against his skin that Harry felt, for the first time since he had walked into the Great Hall a year earlier, an old reflex of his body to clench against pain. He did not clench. He let it pass. The wraith fled. Quirrell collapsed, dead, on the stone floor. Harry retracted the bones. The voice in his head, very softly, said, "That makes 18, kid." "I know. Doesn't get easier." "I know. You did right." "Yeah." He walked across the chamber. He bent over Quirrell's body. He had no love for the man and he had pity for him, a teacher who had walked into the office of an old wizard last year and had come out as a vessel, and he closed Quirrell's eyes with 2 fingers. The world went black. He woke up in the hospital wing. 3 days later. The light was wrong. The smell was clean linen. He turned his head. Dumbledore sat in the chair beside his bed with a small pile of chocolate frogs on the table. "Welcome back, Harry." "Sir." "Eat a frog." "Sir, the stone, destroyed. Nicholas and Purnell have been informed. They have made their peace with it." He picked up a chocolate frog and put it in Harry's hand. "Eat." Harry ate. "Sir. The killing curse hit me." "Yes. I came back." "Yes." Dumbledore did not pretend to be surprised. "Will you tell me, in your own time, who I am also speaking to, when I speak to you?" His name was Logan. He died, in his world, of grief. Mine, I think, found his and made it part of itself. He's been with me since I was 4. He keeps me alive when I should not be alive. The metal in my bones is from him. The healing factor, most of it, is from him. The rest is from her. My mother. They grafted onto each other. I've stopped trying to tell them apart. "I see," Dumbledore said. "Thank you. Sir. I'm not going to be the kind of student you have to manage." "No. I rather suspected that. I had been thinking, instead, that you might be the kind of student I was permitted to befriend. If you would allow." "Yeah. All right." Hermione and Ron came in at the end of the hour. Hermione held his hand for a long time without saying anything, and Ron began telling Harry, in great detail, every rumor that had gone around the school in the 4 days he had been unconscious. Harry let him. The rumors were also Ron's way of telling him "you scared me." Ron had the blue notebook with him. Ron showed Harry, by way of telling him what had happened in the 4 days he had been out, 3 new clean entries: stone destroyed. Quirrell deceased. Voldemort's wraith is at large but cannot incarnate without further ritual or vessel. Order is informed. Sirius Black is being communicated with by Dumbledore via a contact in the Order. Pup will be visited in summer. Snape, confirmed Order. Confirmed double agent. Confirmed protective of Harry. Confirmed will hate him in public always. Harry read the entries. He smiled, faintly, at the third one. "You wrote that one yourself," he said to Hermione. "I did." "Well done. Mate, the whole school's saying you killed Quirrell with your bare hands." "Yeah. They're saying you set him on fire." "Yeah. Don't correct any of it. I want them to be surprised the next time." The voice in Harry's head said, very softly, "They're going to be all right, kid." 2 weeks later, on the train home, the three of them shared a compartment and ate the trolley. Hagrid had given Harry a leather-bound photo album the night before, pictures of his mother and father, donated by their friends. He held the album on his lap on the train and turned the pages slowly. His mother laughed. His father waved. The voice in his head said, "You owe them, kid. Owe her especially. Live for it." Trying. The train pulled into King's Cross. The Dursleys were waiting on the platform, Vernon's mustache twitching, Petunia's lips compressed. "See you at the Burrow," Ron said. "See you on the 2nd of August, Hermione said. "I've already written Mr. Weasley about the Floo network, and, yeah," Harry said. He stopped. He turned. He hugged her, fast, before either of them could think about it. He clapped Ron on the shoulder. He stepped back. The voice in his head said, "That's the move, kid." He walked toward Vernon Dursley and the long uncomfortable summer with the small dry quiet warmth in his chest of a man who had, against all probability, found something at the bottom of a castle worth coming back up the stairs for. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Sirius' second year had been short. Harry, on the train back to school for what he would always think of as the basilisk year, had walked into the carriage with the smell of a thing already in his nose. There had been the quill and ink and summer air of the wizarding world, and underneath it, a damp old sewer stone and cold blood smell that did not belong on a train. He had filed it. He had said nothing. Halfway through the year he had walked, on the cloak, into the second-floor girls' bathroom that Hermione had used to cry the year before, and had let his nose follow the smell to a sink that had a snake carved on its tap, and had told the sink, in a language that came up out of his throat without his permission, "Open." The sink had opened. He had taken Ron and Hermione with him only on the second trip, after he had mapped the chamber on the first. The third trip, the trip where the Weasley girl had been taken, had been him alone. He had killed the basilisk by closing his eyes and following the great body's heart thump through the air to its throat and putting all three claws through its mouth and up into its skull, which had taken 11 seconds. The diary, with its sad clever black-haired memory of the boy who had become Voldemort, he had stabbed through with a claw still wet with basilisk blood. The boy in the diary had screamed and dissolved. The Weasley girl had woken up. Fawkes had carried them out. Ron had punched him in the shoulder, weeping, all the way back to the dormitory. It had been a quiet year, on the whole. The summer between second and third year was different. It was different because Marjorie Dursley came to stay. Aunt Marge sat in the Dursley dining room on the third night of her visit and announced, into her sherry, that the sister of Petunia had been a bad lot. "It's the breeding," she said. "If there's something wrong with the bitch, there'll be something wrong with the pup. Now. Lily, was it? Wasted on a man who must have been worse, the boy turned out the way he did," the voice in Harry's head said, "Easy, kid. Easy." Harry set his glass down. He stood up. He walked out of the dining room. He walked up the stairs. He packed his trunk. He packed Hedwig in her cage. He went back down. He stopped, in the front hall, with his trunk in his hand and his cloak around his shoulders. He turned to the dining room. He looked at Marjorie Dursley with the calm flat black-eyed look that he had used on Mr. Burrows when he was 9. "Don't," Harry said, low. "Talk about my mother. Again. Ever. In this house or any other house. I will not warn you a second time." The voice was a child's voice, technically. The voice was also, in the room, not a child's voice. Marge had been in enough kennels to read posture in any animal. She closed her mouth. Vernon found his voice, in the wrong key. "Boy, you don't speak to her like that." "I do," Harry said. "I just did." He picked up the trunk. He picked up the cage. He nodded at his aunt, his uncle, his cousin, and his uncle's sister with the small ironic courtesy of a man taking his leave from a bad inn, and he walked out of 4 Privet Drive into the warm summer night. He took the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron and rented a room. When he woke up, the Minister for Magic was sitting in the foyer waiting to talk to him about a man called Sirius Black who had escaped from prison. Harry let him talk. Harry had read the Daily Prophet. He nodded politely. The voice in his head said, "Old man's lying to us, kid." "Yeah. He doesn't know he's lying. He's been told a story." He spent the rest of the summer at the Leaky Cauldron, then the last week with the Weasleys at the Burrow, where he ate his weight in Mrs. Weasley's cooking and let her hug him so often he began, by the end of the week, to lean into the hugs without thinking about it. The platform at King's Cross was thick with the smell of fear that morning. He clocked the Aurors first. 3 of them, in plain clothes. He clocked the absence of the Daily Prophet hawkers. He clocked, without surprise, that Mr. Weasley was working very hard to walk Harry to the train alone. Mr. Weasley got him alone in the corridor of the carriage and bent down and gave him the speech about Sirius Black. "Promise me, Harry, don't go looking for Black." "I won't go looking for him." Harry was telling the truth, by the strict letter of it. He was going to wait. The train pulled out. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and a man none of them knew yet. The man slept the entire afternoon under a coat. He had, on the rack above him, a battered case stenciled with the name R. J. Lupin in faded paint. He smelled, to Harry's nose, of old wool and pipe smoke and chocolate and a faint sad careful animal musk. "Werewolf," the voice said. "Old one. Tame as they get." The train stopped. Not at the station. Halfway. The carriage cooled, first by 10 degrees, then by 20. Frost crawled up the inside of the window. The lamps went out. Something passed in the corridor. Something tall in a robe. Something whose face had no eyes. Harry felt the cold come up under his skin the way cold did in dreams of things he had buried, and the cold pulled at memories. It pulled at every grave he had ever stood at. It pulled at every body he had carried. It pulled, last and most efficiently, at the memory of his own mother screaming, "Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry." The man in the corner came awake. Lupin came up off the seat in one motion. The wand was in his hand before he opened his eyes. Expecto Patronum. A great silver wolf, a true grey timber wolf, leapt out of his wand and stood in the doorway between Harry and the thing in the corridor. The thing recoiled. The lamps came back on. Lupin sat down again. "Eat," Lupin said. He took a slab of chocolate out of his coat. "It helps." "Thanks." The voice in Harry's head said, "I knew this man before. Different face. Same eyes. I always trusted him." Lupin's first defense class was a boggart, and Harry's boggart was a green light. Just light. The class went very still. Lupin's voice, behind him, said, "Step back, Harry. I'll take this one." The boggart blurred. It became a full silver moon. Lupin laughed at it, and the boggart popped into a bee, and the bee popped into nothing. Harry stayed back. "You knew my parents," Harry said. "I did. We were friends. 4 of us, in fact. Your father and me and 2 others. One of the others is on the run." "Yes." "And one of the others is dead." "Yes." "Peter Pettigrew. Sirius Black is supposed to have killed him." The voice in Harry's head said, "That's the name in the letter, kid. Pettigrew. Trust no one. Especially not Peter." Lupin's lessons were a quiet pleasure. Defense, that year, was the only class Harry walked into with the small specific feeling of being a student rather than a soldier. Lupin taught the way a man taught who had been a teacher in a previous life. He chalked spell diagrams. He moved among the desks. He asked the small pointed questions that revealed which student in the room had read the chapter and which student had only skimmed. He never once, in any class that year, let on that he had known Harry's father. Harry, on the third week of term, stayed after class. Sir. Yes, Harry. You knew my father. I did. As I said. You're not bringing it up because you don't want to make me sad on purpose. That is, yes. That is the calculation. You can. I'd like you to. He's a piece I've been collecting for a while. I'll take any pieces I can. Lupin sat on the edge of his desk. He clasped his hands. He told Harry, that afternoon, the story of how he had met James Potter on the Hogwarts Express in 1971, and how James had, within 10 minutes of sitting down, figured out that Lupin was a werewolf, and how James had, 2 months later, with 3 other boys, become an animagus, so that he and his 3 friends could keep Lupin company on the night of every full moon. He did that for me, Lupin said, soft. Sirius did. Peter did. They were 15 years old. I have never had 3 better friends. 2 of them are still mine. I would, if I had it to do over, choose all 4 of them again, even Peter. Harry sat with this. He sounds like a good father. He would have been. The voice in Harry's head, a pace behind, said very softly, that's the 3rd one, kid. Sirius. Lupin. Hagrid. 3 uncles. That's a lot to keep. The first letter from Sirius arrived at breakfast on the 2nd morning of term. Hedwig dropped it into Harry's porridge. The handwriting was the same as the forest letter from the previous winter, but cleaner now and with a real ink and a borrowed quill. Harry slit the envelope at the table. Pop. Got the house aired out. The painting of my mother screams less when I shout back. Buckbeak is in the yard. Lupin has come to live in the spare room. He won't stay free, he says, but he is, by my insistence, drinking tea on the sofa with us instead of sleeping in a cottage in Wales. If you are reading this in the great hall over porridge, look at the staff table. The defense against the dark arts master is the man I am asking you to trust, after me. The boy you knew last year has, by now, been given chocolate every morning at breakfast by Madame Pomfrey, who has missed having him on the staff. He is yours, in the way that I am yours and that Hagrid is yours. Use him. Write me twice a week. Yes, twice. I have spent 12 years not getting letters and I am going to spend the next 12 being absurd about them. Padfoot. Harry folded the letter. He looked up at the staff table. Lupin glanced up and met his eye and inclined his head. The voice in Harry's head said, 2 of them, kid. We're rich. Yeah. Hagrid's first care of magical creatures lesson nearly ended in a death. The lesson involved hippogriffs. Buckbeak had taken to Harry on the first bough, and had let Harry ride him in a slow circle over the paddock at the end of the lesson. Malfoy had then approached Buckbeak after the bow had been demonstrated and called the hippogriff a great ugly brute, without bowing first, and Buckbeak had reared and slashed Malfoy across the upper arm. Malfoy's father had filed for the hippogriff's execution within 48 hours. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures ruled in favor of the Malfoys. Buckbeak was sentenced to be executed on a Friday in late February. Hagrid's hut went quiet that month. Hagrid sat at his table in the evenings looking at the kettle without picking it up. 2 days before the execution, Harry walked up to Dumbledore's office. Sir. The hippogriff. It would be wrong of you to use power you have to save him. Yes. It would be all right of you to look the other way for an hour while we did it. Dumbledore peered at him over the half-moon spectacles. 3 turns. To the ministry issued time Turner Miss Granger has been wearing under her robes since September. She knows the spell. I trust her precision. I trust your judgment. Yes, sir. So they took the turner, and they took the 3 turns, and they freed Buckbeak from the post in the pumpkin patch the hour before the executioner arrived. Buckbeak went to ground in a copse near the forbidden forest until Sirius could collect him. The Patronus came in late winter. Lupin had taken Harry aside after Christmas and had begun teaching him the Patronus charm. The Dementors had come for Harry once already in a Quidditch match, and Harry had fallen 60 feet and only Dumbledore's well-aimed cushioning charm had kept him from breaking his neck. The first attempts produced a faint silver mist. By February, the cloud was assembling itself. What memory are you using? My mother. What I can remember of her voice. The Dementors gave me back a piece. Cruel way to get it. I'm taking the piece anyway. Lupin set his wand down. He looked at Harry. The look of a man who had been told, without warning, that some piece of his best friend's wife had survived. Harry tried again. The silver assembled. Out of the wand stepped, not a stag, not yet, a stag's outline in mist, long-legged, antlers blurred. The mist stag stood for a half-second and dissolved. Lupin's face was wet. That was your father. Yeah. You're going to be all right, Harry. I know. The voice in Harry's head said, hell of a stag, kid. Hogsmeade weekends began in October. Harry, who did not have a guardian sign permission slip, was forbidden from going. Fred and George Weasley pulled him aside in the dormitory before the first weekend trip and pressed into his hand a piece of parchment they considered their best work in 7 years of Hogwarts mischief. The Marauder's Map. The map was a piece of parchment that, when triggered, showed a complete diagram of Hogwarts and every single person currently in it, named and located in real time. The voice in Harry's head said, Bub. That is the most beautiful piece of paper I have ever seen. He read the names. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. The voice said, very quietly, Moony's a wolf. That's our werewolf upstairs. Wormtail's a rat. That's Pettigrew. Padfoot's a dog. That's Sirius Black. Prongs, that's a deer. Stag. That'd be your father. Harry stood in the dormitory with the map in his hand and sat down very slowly on the edge of the bed. 3 days after he got the map, he found Pettigrew's name on it. The name was small. The name was in the boys' dormitory. The name was 3 feet from where Harry was, in fact, standing. The name was on Ron's bed. Harry's eyes went to the small fat orange-furred rat asleep on Ron's pillow. Scabbers. Ron had had Scabbers since he was a small boy. Ron had inherited Scabbers from Percy, who had had him since he was a small boy, 12 years before. 12 years was wrong for a rat. The voice in Harry's head said, Bub. Be careful. He did not move yet. He sat with the map. He waited. Then he went down to the charms classroom and laid the situation out for Hermione. Tomorrow night, she said. We can't do it inside the castle. Animagi can't be detected by anyone except their registrar. We need him out. Whomping Willow. Tunnel under it. Goes to the Shrieking Shack. The map says so. That's where Sirius is hiding. That's where the rat will go if it sees the dog coming. I'm going to let him. And if he attacks Ron, he won't. Ron's just the rat's transport. Black wants the rat. I'm going to be in the room when he gets it. She set her jaw. We will all be in the room when he gets it. Yeah. All right. The night they went into the tunnel, Sirius Black did, in fact, come for the rat. He came in his dog form. He grabbed Ron by the leg and dragged Ron, and Scabbers in Ron's pocket, under the Whomping Willow and into the tunnel. Harry was already running. He went through the tunnel with Hermione behind him and Lupin, who had felt the map's proximity alerts all the way from his office, coming up the corridor too. They came up out of the trapdoor in the shrieking shack and into a dusty parlor with broken floorboards and Ron on his back, holding his ankle, white in the face. Standing over Ron was a man. Sirius Black, in his human form, was a wreck. He was bone-thin. His eyes were sunken. His hair was a black weed. His robes were the prison robes of Azkaban. Harry stopped in the middle of the room. He held both hands open. "Hello, Sirius." Sirius blinked. The wand did not lift. "You wrote me a letter. Last winter. Half page. Pop. No signature. I kept it. Hermione's read it. You named one man. Peter. Peter Pettigrew. He's in this room. He's been on Ron's pillow for 12 years. He's the rat in his right pocket." Sirius's wand drifted. His eyes fixed on Harry. His eyes moved to Ron's pocket. "You smelled me," Sirius said. The voice was hoarse. "Pop. You smelled me from the lake. I saw you turn your head." "Yeah." Lupin came up the trapdoor. The two of them looked at each other across the room. There was a moment of held breath. Then Lupin, with his small tired smile, said, "Sirius. Moony." They embraced. Lupin's shoulders shook. Sirius's shoulders shook. Harry did not cry. "The rat," Hermione said. "Yeah," Harry said. Sirius pulled back from Lupin. He turned. He looked at Ron's pocket. "Give him to me, son." Ron, white and full of pain, looked at Harry. Harry nodded. Ron pulled Scabbers out of his pocket. Ron handed the rat to Harry. Harry held it in two hands. The bones in his right hand slid out a half-inch and hovered. He did not extend them. He looked the rat in the small bead of its black eye. "Peter. You can come out. Or Lupin and Sirius and I can transfigure you out. Or I can put a single claw through you and you'll bleed out before you can squeak. Or you can change. You decide. You have 8 seconds." The rat changed in 5. The man underneath was small and pudgy and balding, and he was sobbing already. Sirius Black raised his wand to kill him. Harry stepped between them. "No." Sirius's eyes flashed. "Harry, Harry. He killed your parents. He framed me, I know. I have wanted to kill him for 12 years, I know. And it's not your kill. He's going to the ministry. He's going to be tried. He's going to free you, alive, in a courtroom, in the daylight. You are not going to give them an excuse to put you back in Azkaban. Do you hear me, Sirius? Harry, you're a kid, I'm a kid. And I've buried more men than you, and one of them I will not bury is the only family I've got left. You're not killing him. I'm not killing him. We're walking him to Dumbledore. Then to the ministry. He'll talk." Lupin said, very softly, "Harry, sit down for a moment." "In a minute." He looked at Pettigrew. He let the bones in his hand slide back in. He took, slowly, a piece of cord out of his pocket. He bound Pettigrew's wrists. He bound them carefully and tightly. He stood up. He looked at Sirius. "Welcome home." Sirius made a small sound. He stepped forward. He hugged Harry, hard. Harry let him. Sirius pulled back. His face was wet. Pup, I thought I was going to, I know. I want to take you with me." "You will. Not tonight. The ministry's going to take a few days. By Christmas, maybe. By summer for sure. You'll get a house. You'll get a name. I'll come live with you in the holidays." "Yes." Sirius nodded. He could not speak. The Pettigrew trial took 6 days. Madame Bones, small, square, sharp-eyed, with the bone structure of a magistrate who had buried her own brother and had no patience left for protocol that would have shielded a Death Eater, chaired the proceedings herself. The Wiesengemot sat in the high circular chamber on the morning of the 2nd of October. Pettigrew was brought in shackled. Mr. Pettigrew. State your full name for the record. Peter Daniel Pettigrew. Date of birth. 26 October, 1959. You will, in this hearing, be given veritaserum. You will, under veritaserum, answer the questions of the prosecution truthfully. You understand? Yes. The veritaserum was administered. 3 drops on the tongue. Pettigrew's pupils blew wide. His shoulders dropped. The voice that came out of him next was not the squealing voice that had begged for his life in the shrieking shack. It was a small flat dull voice, the voice of a man whose evasions had been chemically extracted from him. On the night of the 31st of October, 1981, you were the secret keeper for the Potter family. Yes. Sirius Black, who has spent 12 years in Azkaban for that crime, was not the secret keeper. No. You betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord. Yes. You faked your own death the following morning, in the street where you confronted Sirius Black, by cutting off your own finger and disapparating in the chaos. Yes. You then spent 12 years in the animagus form of a rat, attached to the Weasley family, in the home of 3 serving members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, evading detection. Yes. The chamber, by then, had gone very still. The Minister for Magic had not arrived to the proceedings, the Minister had pleaded a scheduling conflict, and Madame Bones had not insisted. The Minister was, by then, well aware of how the rest of this hearing was going to go, and had decided he did not want his face on it. Mr. Pettigrew. Were you, at the time of your disappearance, also passing information about the Order of the Phoenix to the Dark Lord? Yes. For how long had you been so doing? Since November of 1979. 2 full years. Yes. Mr. Pettigrew. Did Lily Potter, on the night of her death, attempt to negotiate with the Dark Lord? A long pause. The veritaserum did not allow the pause. The pause was Pettigrew's body resisting what the voice was about to say. Yes. What did she ask of him? She asked him to take her instead of the boy. And what did the Dark Lord say? He said, "Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside." She did not stand aside. He killed her. Then he turned the wand on the boy. The chamber was completely silent. Sirius, in the front row of the gallery, had gone the color of old bone. Harry, in the gallery beside Sirius, did not move. The voice in his head said, very softly, "That's the answer to a question we never had the right to ask, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. The hearing went on. The Wiesengemot voted. Pettigrew was sentenced to the Dementor's Kiss with custodial holding pending the Ministry's review of Auror Corps complicity. Madame Bones, in her closing remarks, named Sirius Black formally cleared and named the Auror Office formally embarrassed and named the Department of Magical Law Enforcement formally negligent and called for an internal inquiry to be opened on the same morning. The internal inquiry, by January, would result in 12 resignations. 3 of those 12 would be replaced by appointments hand-picked by Sirius Black. By April, the office would be, by any objective measure, the most competent it had been in 20 years. The voice in Harry's head said, "That's a man who was born to run a department, kid." Yeah. After the hearing, on the steps of the ministry, Harry walked with Sirius back to the small ministry park. They sat on the same bench. Sirius lit a cigarette. He shook his head. He did not, at first, speak. "Pop." "Yeah." "She asked him to take her instead of you." "Yeah." Pettigrew gave us that. "The veritaserum." "He gave us, pup, that's a thing you didn't know." "I knew, Sirius. I knew. I had a piece of her voice. I just didn't have the words. Now I do." You all right with it? I will be. All right. Sirius drew on the cigarette. The hand that held it was, this time, not shaking. Pop. Yeah. You're going to live a long time. Yeah. You're going to do good with the long time you're given. Trying. Yeah. Sirius reached out. He set his hand on Harry's. He squeezed once. He let go. For the record, Pup. The thing you said earlier. About being a guardian. Yeah. I'm proud. Yeah. Out loud. Thank you, Sirius. There's the boy. Sirius drew on the cigarette one more time and stubbed it out under his heel. He stood up. He held out his hand. Harry took it. They walked, together, toward the apparition point at the corner of the park, and Sirius, for the first time in 12 years, sighed along opposite his godson, not to a cell, not to a prison, but to a kitchen at number 12 Grimmauld Place where Lupin had a kettle on and a plate of biscuits in the oven and a book open on the table that the three of them, in the small new family they had become, were going to read together while the kettle boiled. The voice in Harry's head said, very softly, "That's the move, kid." Yeah. The rest of third year was, by Hogwarts standards, calm. Sirius, newly cleared, newly housed, newly given Buckbeak, wrote Harry twice a week, as promised, and Harry wrote back twice a week, and the letters were the small steady ballast of the year. Lupin moved into number 12. Lupin still taught at Hogwarts, came home on weekends. Hagrid visited on Sundays for tea and ate 3 loaves of Mrs. Weasley's bread in one sitting. Buckbeak slept in the back garden. Hermione, in her notebook, wrote a fresh entry on the night of the trial, "Sirius Black is innocent. Cleared by Wizengamot. Pettigrew bound for the kiss. Lily Potter asked to die in Harry's place. Voldemort's wraith is still at large but cannot incarnate without further ritual." She closed the notebook. She looked at Harry across the table in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. "You're going to be all right, Harry." "Yeah. I want it written down. So I can look at it when I'm older." I told him he was going to be all right. "Write it down, Hermione." She wrote it down. Buckbeak settled into the back garden by his second week. The garden had been neglected since Walburga Black's time and consisted of a single yew tree, a great many weeds, a stone bench, and the rotted remains of a vegetable bed Sirius did not remember being there as a child. Buckbeak, 6 feet at the shoulder, talons that left grooves in the path, needed room. Sirius extended the garden by an unobtrusive bit of expansion charming. He laid a wide stone trough for water. He set up a perch on which Buckbeak could rest his great wings. Harry, on his summer afternoons in the garden, fed Buckbeak slices of dead ferret out of a tin. Buckbeak bowed to him every evening before he ate, and Harry bowed back. The bow was, the voice in Harry's head observed, a thing Harry would always do to a creature that had earned the courtesy. "That's how you treat the ones you saved, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. Sirius walked into the Wizengamot courtroom the following Tuesday with his prison cuffs already off, his hair still uncut, with a collared shirt borrowed from Lupin and a black orris robe Madame Bones had loaned him. He testified for 14 minutes. He named the night of the Potters' deaths. He named the original arrangement, in which he had been the obvious candidate for secret keeper and had passed the role to Pettigrew, who had been the actual man who had told Voldemort where to find them. He did not weep. He did not raise his voice. He laid the facts down with the calm of an orator who had spent 12 years rehearsing them in a cell with no audience. Pettigrew, under Veritaserum, said all the things he should have said 12 years ago. The Wizengamot ratified the verdict in 8 minutes. Madame Amelia Bones, who had buried her own brother in the First War, stood, in front of the room, and apologized publicly, with her hand on her heart. Sirius accepted the apology with a small nod. He walked out of the courtroom on his own feet. Harry, in the gallery, walked down with him. Lupin followed. Dumbledore walked beside. They walked. They sat, eventually, on a bench in a small ministry park. Sirius lit a cigarette. He exhaled slowly. He looked at Harry. He shook his head. He laughed a small dry laugh. There's something, you're not a normal 11-year-old. 12, now. 12. Right. 12. Long story. I'm a free man on a bench in London for the first time in 13 years, pup. We've got time. He gave him the long version. He talked for an hour. The cigarette burned down. Sirius lit another. Sirius did not, once, interrupt. Sirius's eyes, by the end, were wet, and Sirius, when Harry was done, said, very softly, bloody hell, pup. Yeah. You're a old soul. Old man, in a kid's body. You're my godson. Yeah. We're going to figure this out. I know. Sirius reached out. He set a hand, cautiously, on the back of Harry's neck. The hand was warm. The hand was the first hand of a relative that had ever touched Harry without intent to harm. The voice in Harry's head said, that's the kind we don't lose, kid. They sat on the bench a long time. The light changed. Sirius said, after a while, when you grow up, older, what do you want to do, pup? Harry thought about it. The answer came up out of his chest, surprising him with itself. I want to be a guardian. For who? For them. He gestured, vague, at the city. He did not need to say it more clearly. Sirius understood. Sirius had grown up in a family of murderers and had become an Auror in defiance. All right, pup, Sirius said. Then that's what we do. The voice in Harry's head said, very softly, that's the move, kid. That's the whole move. Harry let his head lean, just a little, against Sirius's shoulder. Sirius, who had not been allowed to be a godfather for 12 years, did not move. The light went golden over London. The bench held both of them. Sirius spoke again, quietly, after a long time. When my mother died, when I was 19, pup, and she stopped speaking to me at 15, but when she died, I went to the funeral. I sat at the back. Nobody noticed I was there. I left a single rose on her coffin. Not because I loved her. Because I'd survived her. I want you to know, pup, I want you to know that when I die, you are going to do exactly that for me, if it ever comes to it. You will go on. You will leave a rose. You will not be a coffin alongside mine. Are we agreed? Yeah, Harry said. Out loud. Yes. Good. Sirius pulled out a small cardboard envelope from his pocket. He held it out to Harry. What's this? Keys. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. London. The house I grew up in. Walburga Black is dead and I have, by the will I never expected to enforce, inherited it. It's a wreck. The painting of my mother screams when she sees somebody in the foyer. I am going to spend the next year gutting it and making it not a house full of pure blood horror. By next summer it will be your house too. Yours and mine. Yes. Yes. Sirius pressed the keys into Harry's palm. Harry held them. They were heavy in the way old keys were heavy. Pup. Yeah. You have a guardian now. You did not before. I am sorry it took 12 years. I will do it well. Yeah. The voice in Harry's head said, very softly, welcome home, kid. Yeah, Harry said, to nobody and to everybody at once. They sat on the bench until the street lamps came on. A week before the end of term, Lupin came into the staff room with a cardboard box and the small composed face of a man saying goodbye to a job he had loved. He had told the school, that morning, that he was a werewolf. He had not been planning to. The information had been leaked. Lucius Malfoy, in the Daily Prophet, had named him. Sirius, by then head of the Auror office, by then a man with a desk and a badge and a paycheck, had walked into the Daily Prophet offices the same morning and threatened to slap Rita Skeeter with a libel suit. Sirius had, also, set up an immediate meeting with Madame Bones to add Pettigrew's confession of the Order's compromised members to the public record. Sirius had, by lunchtime, used the Pettigrew confession to reframe the Lupin story as one of the men who saved your children was a werewolf, and an ally, and is owed the gratitude of a wizarding nation that has, frankly, behaved disgracefully toward his kind for too long. The Prophet had, by the next morning, run a follow-up. Lupin still kept his job at the school, but only because Sirius had, in his office at the ministry, told the Board of Governors that the next person to suggest dismissing Remus Lupin would be personally escorted out of the building by his old friend the head of the corps, and that the meeting with said personal escort would take place in a hallway with no witnesses. The Board of Governors had accepted the reasoning. Lupin, in the staff room with his box of papers, had been told all of this by Sirius over the floor that morning. Lupin's eyes were wet. Harry, who had a free period, and had brought Lupin a paper bag of butterbeers from the kitchens, because he had decided, on the morning the news broke, that this was a thing he was going to do, sat down with him at the staff table. "You staying, sir?" "For now." "Good." Sirius, "Yeah. I have not had anybody fight for me publicly since I was 17, Harry. I am not entirely sure I remember how to take it." "Take it, sir." Lupin laughed, dry. He took the butterbeer. He drank. The voice in Harry's head said, "3 of them, kid." Sirius. Hagrid. Lupin. "We get to keep all 3. "Yeah." Chapter 5 End. The end-of-term feast that year was, by the standards of any ordinary year, ordinary. It was, by the standards of the year that had ended, a small quiet miracle. Gryffindor won the cup. Ron grinned like he had been the one to score. Hermione, beside him, ate a great deal of pudding. Ginny, Ron's sister, 12, recovered in the way that mattered, the way Hermione had charted in her notebook, ate beside her brother and did not flinch when the candles flared. At the end of the night, Harry stood with Hagrid at the door of the hall, and the great hand came down on his shoulder, and Hagrid said, "Pup. Yeah, did good this year." Harry, who had been called pup by exactly one other person in his life, turned his face up to the half-giant and held the man's eyes for a long second. "Hagrid. You're mine. I'm yours. We don't lose track of that." Hagrid wiped his eye with the back of his sleeve. "No, pup. We don't lose track." He went home for the summer with Sirius. They lit the cigar in the back garden one night and split it and let the smoke go up over Buckbeak's perch. Sirius did not, that night, tell him to put the cigar down. Sirius understood. The voice in Harry's head, watching, did not say anything. It was the last cigar Harry would smoke for years. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Triwizard Smoke Break. Pettigrew was kissed in November, 2 weeks after his sentence was finalized. The Dementor came up the stair of Azkaban with the small dragging sound the Dementors made on stone. The cell door opened. The kiss took 90 seconds. The body that had been Peter Pettigrew was, after, the body of Peter Pettigrew, but emptied out, the small flat husk of a man who would breathe and eat and stare at walls for the rest of his natural life. He was kept in a ministry holding facility for medical observation. He never spoke again. Sirius, head of the Auror office, by then, did not attend the kiss. Sirius had decided, a week before, that he would not be in the room. He had told Harry, over the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, "I do not need that picture in my head, pup. I have enough." Harry had agreed. The Quidditch World Cup, in late August, was a riot. He went with the Weasleys. The cup itself, Ireland and Bulgaria, Crumb's catch in the closing minutes, he watched with Ron's amazed face beside him and Hermione's careful note-taking on the other side. The riot afterwards was a different matter. Death Eaters in masks marched a Muggle family up over their tents in the dark. Harry, who had been carrying a small child of 7 who had got separated from her parents, had set the child down behind a tent and told her to stay there, and had drawn his wand and walked out into the firelight with his eyes flat. He had stunned 3 of the Death Eaters from the cover of a tent. The other Death Eaters had broken and run when the Dark Mark, Morse Mordra, a thin wizard with a stutter shouted from a clearing, went up green over the tent city. The mark in the sky was the smell of the cold thing in the corridor of the train, made visible. The voice in Harry's head said, "He's stirring, kid." Yeah. The train back to Hogwarts in September smelled different. The summer had ended with the dark mark in the sky over a tent city. The papers had spent August calling it a Muggle tragedy and a ministry incompetence, in alternating columns. The teachers, when Harry walked into the Great Hall on the first night, looked tighter around the mouth. The new defense teacher was, supposedly, Alastair Moody. Mad-Eye Moody, the famous old Auror, retired, scarred, missing a leg, an eye like a blue marble that swiveled in his head. He clumped to the staff table on his peg leg and sat down to dinner. The smell hit Harry on the second sweep. Polyjuice, the voice in his head said. Old recipe. He's been on it for weeks. The man under it ain't Moody. The man under it has, taste of him, has been in Azkaban. Long time. Bob. We got a different problem here. Harry kept his face flat. He ate his pumpkin tart. He filed it. He told Hermione that night. He told Sirius by Owl in the morning. Sirius wrote back at the end of the week. Sirius's contacts had started moving the moment Pettigrew had been kissed, and the letter said, "That'll be Crouch Jr. We thought he was dead. Means his father has been compromised. Pop. Be careful." The voice in Harry's head said, "We're being walked towards something, kid." Yeah. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the Halloween feast. The Goblet of Fire was set up on the night of October 30th. Names went into it for 2 days. On Halloween, the goblet spat out its choices. Cedric Diggory, for Hufflepuff and Hogwarts. Fleur Delacour, for Beauxbatons. Victor Crumb, for Durmstrang. Then, in the long ringing silence of the hall, the Goblet of Fire spat out a 4th piece of paper. Harry James Potter. The voice in Harry's head said, "Drilly," and there it is. Harry stood up from the Gryffindor table. He did not make a face. He did not protest. He walked into the antechamber. The other 3 champions turned to look at him. Cedric, tall, broad, Hufflepuff handsome, opened his mouth and shut it. Fleur said, in elegant French disgust, but he is a little boy." "Yeah," Harry said evenly. The professors burst in. McGonagall, white. Snape, sour. Dumbledore, unusually blank. Crouch Sr., grey. Bagman, beaming. "Sir," Harry said to Dumbledore. "May I have a private word?" "Of course." He walked Harry into a side corridor. "Sir." It was Moody. "He's not Moody. He's Crouch Jr. Polyjuice. Smell's been off since the feast. He drinks every hour, give or take. He's keeping the real Moody alive in his trunk because he needs the hair. You knew this on the first night." "Yes, sir." "Why did you not come to me?" "Because I wanted you to find out separately. Because if you and I both knew, but didn't act, he'd have gotten further. Because I wanted to see what he was building." "What is he building, Harry?" "A portkey to a graveyard. He's been working on the cup. Triwizard Cup. End of the 3rd task. He's going to make sure I'm the one who reaches it. He wants me dragged to a place where Voldemort can be reborn out of 3 ingredients, bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy." Dumbledore stood very still. "Why have you not told me this?" "Because if we move now, Voldemort goes to ground for another 2 years. Because if we let it run, we get Voldemort in a body and we get him in the open. The wizarding world isn't going to take this seriously until they've seen him. We may as well have the war start in a place where I'm armed, you're paying attention, and Sirius is alive. You are 14, Harry. Yes, sir. I have contingencies. The portkey gets activated. I get pulled. I let the ritual happen up to a point. I don't let myself get killed in it. I have ways. I duel him. I survive the duel. I bring back a body. Whose? Cedric's. He's going to die in the graveyard if we don't act. Crouch Jr. will have arranged for him to touch the cup with me. I want him to walk out alive. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. Cedric Diggory has agreed to this. He's a Hufflepuff, sir. They take it more seriously than the rest of us. Dumbledore, after another long silence, laughed. It was the laugh of a man who had spent decades planning operations and had recognized a peer. Very well, Harry. Very well. The old crowd will be on standby. The portkey, when you go, will be reversible from this end if you give a signal. Your wand and Voldemort's are brothers, you remember. Use that. Yes, sir. Do not die. No, sir. The first task was a Hungarian horntail. The night before the first task, Sirius came through the flue at 1 a.m. Harry was awake, sitting on the carpet in front of the empty common room fire with the map open across his lap. Pop. Sirius. Tell me you have a plan for tomorrow. He told it to him. Sirius listened. Sirius, who had spent 2 months reading every dragon handler's book Mr. Weasley could borrow him, closed his eyes for a long second. I will be in the stand. I will not be in disguise. I will be in my own face. The ministry has cleared me. They cannot send me away. If you come down off that broom alive, the first hand on you is going to be mine. Yeah. Pop. Don't take a hit for showmanship. Wasn't planning to. Plan more. Yeah. The body and the wand and the long quiet patient training of the year flew the horntail's nest like a man who had spent 80 years dodging things that were trying to kill him. He took the egg in 8 minutes, unhurt. The crowd roared. Bagman, the announcer, lost his mind. 2 weeks later, on a Thursday night, with the moon at quarter low over the Forbidden Forest, Harry walked out across the grounds to the edge of the trees and stopped beside the great hollow log that he had marked, on the map, as the place no one ever came. He sat on the log. He took, out of his coat pocket, a small tin he had been keeping in his trunk for a month. The tin held a stub of an old cheap Muggle cigar he had taken off Mundungus Fletcher's coat, very gently, on a visit to Grimmauld Place in October. The voice in his head, which had not commented on the tin in 3 weeks, said now, very softly, "Bub. You sure?" "Yeah," Harry said. "Old habit. Tonight." Then I put it away. He lit the cigar with his wand. He drew on it. The body, 14 years old, the lungs that had never had a thing in them more potent than pumpkin juice, gave a small fight of a cough, and then accepted the smoke. He inhaled. He exhaled. The exhale went up over the log into the dark and faded into pine. He sat for a long time. The voice in his head said, "I missed it." "Yeah," Harry said. "I figured you would. One night. Then we put it down." "One night," Harry said. "Then we put it down. I ain't running an old man's lungs in a kid's body for the next 10 years. Smart kid. I had a teacher." The voice laughed once, dry. They sat on the log and finished the cigar. The smoke kept the worst of the late autumn flies off them. He stubbed the cigar out on the log. He pocketed the stub. He walked back to the castle. The intervening months were planning. Harry, with Dumbledore's office unlocked to him, with Sirius coming through the flue 3 nights a week, with Hermione working a careful column of known facts and plausible facts in her notebook every evening, built the play. The play was that the Order would not move on Crouch Jr. until the third task. Letting Crouch Jr. keep his post let them watch the back-channel mail. Letting Crouch Jr. keep his post let them know who he was reporting to. Letting Crouch Jr. keep his post let them, when the night came, take all the threads at once. Sirius's old contacts came back. Lupin came home. Mad-Eye Moody, the real Moody, was, Sirius's tracking confirmed, alive and locked in a magical trunk in Crouch Jr.'s office at Hogwarts. The Order designed a strike team to extract him. Sirius, Tonks, Kingsley, and a witch named Hestia Jones, and the team would extract Moody at the precise hour Crouch Jr. would be at the maze. Harry briefed Cedric Diggory 3 weeks before the task. He briefed him on the porch of Hagrid's hut, with Hagrid stationed on the lawn watching for visitors and Hermione at his side with a clipboard. "And what do you want me to do?" Cedric had said. "I want you to walk into it," Harry said. "I want you to reach the cup with me. I want you to go to the graveyard. I want you to be alive when Voldemort gives the order. The next thing he says will be kill the spare. I'll move first. I'll push you out of the line. The cup will be a return portkey by then, my godfather and I have had a wand maker working on it. You'll touch the cup. The cup will take you home. You will live. And you? I have ways. Why are you telling me? Why not let me just walk into it? The plan would be simpler. Because you're not a piece on the board. You're a person. You get to know." Cedric had stared at him. He had given the question the consideration it deserved instead of the one his fear demanded. "All right, Potter. I'm in." They had shaken hands. The voice in Harry's head said, "That's a brave kid." Yeah. The weeks between the Yule Ball and the second task were the long quiet weeks of the year. Harry trained with Lupin and Sirius in the evenings. He met with Dumbledore twice a week in the headmaster's office to plan around Crouch Jr.'s behaviors. He sat with Cedric in the kitchens at midnight on Wednesdays. January was lessons. Harry, with Dumbledore's quiet permission, had been taking a clemency from Snape since November. The lessons were short and unkind and useful. Imagine, Potter, a vault. All right. Place in the vault every memory you do not wish read. Place at the door of the vault the memories you are willing to surrender. The Legilimens enters and finds the surrender pile, takes it, and goes. He does not know there is a vault. Russian doll trick. A what? Smaller box hides a bigger box, Harry said. Inside the bigger box is what you actually don't want him to see. Snape's eyes narrowed. Yes. That is the technique. Old. I know it. By the end of February, Harry could keep a careful man out of his head for a count of 2 minutes. Snape, on the night they reached 2 minutes, set his wand down. That will do, Potter. The Dark Lord, when you encounter him next, will not have 2 minutes. You will use those 2 minutes for the part of the conversation that matters. Yes, sir. Thank you. Snape inclined his head, the smallest fraction. The voice in Harry's head said, "That's not a friend, kid. But that is a teacher." The second task was an underwater rescue. Harry took Gillyweed, swam down, found Ron tied to a stake in the Merpeople's village, refused to leave the other hostages, and surfaced last with Ron and Fleur's little sister both. During the second task, while Harry was below the lake breathing through Gillyweed and threading the green underwater corridors of the Merpeople's village, Cedric, who had been told to play, and who had decided, on his own initiative, that the play deserved one extra layer of caution, had been waiting at the surface with a bezoar in his pocket and a hand on his wand and a clear line of sight to the bottom of the dock where Crouch Jr. was, in the disguise of Moody, supervising. Cedric had, throughout the task, kept his eyes on Crouch Jr.'s hands. If Crouch Jr.'s hands had moved toward Harry's surface line, Cedric would have hexed Crouch Jr. from the dock. He had agreed, with Sirius and McGonagall, to take the points hit and the explanation later. Crouch Jr.'s hands did not move. The task ran clean. Harry came up last. Cedric, meeting him at the edge of the platform, gave him a small private nod that none of the spectators caught. The voice in Harry's head said, "That's the move, kid. He stood watch for you." Hufflepuffs. "Yeah," Harry said. In the weeks of preparation that followed the Yule Ball, Harry, at Sirius's insistence, also drilled with Sirius in the Auror Office's training facility on 3 Saturdays. Sirius walked him through the dueling exercises Sirius had taught new recruits in 1979, before the war, and which he had since refined for the new war. Sirius had Tonks come in. Tonks, 21, fast, pink-haired, joyful, dueled Harry to a standstill on the second Saturday and lost 3 times to him on the third. "Well," Tonks said, panting, on the floor mat. You're not 14, Harry." "No." "All right." She rolled onto her back. She caught her breath. "All right. You'll be in the strike team that takes Crouch Jr., I'd better be. I want you on the dock with Cedric for the second task." "All right." She sat up. She looked at him. "You, pup. You give orders well." "Old habit." "Yeah. I figured. Sirius says you're the strange one." "Sirius is right." She laughed. The voice in Harry's head said, "That's another one, kid. The pink one. Watch her. She'll save somebody we love someday." "Yeah," Harry said. She would, in fact, in the long count of the war, save Lupin's life twice. The third task came in late June. The night before the third task, Harry could not sleep. He sat in the common room with the map open across his lap. Hermione came down the spiral stair from the girls' dormitory in her dressing gown. "Couldn't sleep either." "No. I want to ask you something. If you don't come back, what do I do?" "You take the notebook to Sirius. You take Ron and Ginny somewhere safe. You stay in the Order. You finish school if you can. You do not come back to look for the body." "All right. You also, what? Don't grieve me too long. Not because I don't deserve it. Because I'd rather you found something else worth doing." She took his hand. She held it on her knee. They sat like that for a long time. When the fire was almost out, she stood up. She kissed the top of his head, the way an older sister did, and she went up the spiral stair. The maze on the Quidditch pitch went up overnight. In the maze itself, before the cup, Harry made one more decision. He had reached, by then, the inner ring. He had used the body's nose to track Cedric to the corridor on the other side of the hedge wall, and he had let his footsteps slow to give Cedric the half-second on the run-up. He had, 3 minutes earlier, disabled an acromantula by Expelliarmus on its right foreleg and a stupefy across the thorax. He had, 2 minutes earlier, pulled Crumb out of the Imperious hold Crouch Jr. had laid on him through the maze walls, by a finite incantatem clean enough to make Crumb shake awake spluttering apologies in Bulgarian. He had, by the time he reached the inner ring, 2 stunned Death Eater proxies, 1 dazed Bulgarian seeker, and 1 very much alive Hufflepuff captain at his side. The voice in his head said, "Let Cedric in on the count, kid. Don't make it a race. Let him reach the cup with you." "Yeah." He stepped to the corner. He saw Cedric. He waited the half-second. "On 3, he said, easily, like he had been planning this with Cedric for months. Which he had. 3, Cedric said. They reached together. The portkey snapped. The Logan instinct that had been running quietly under his skin all year came up into the front of his head, then, with the small specific clarity of a sergeant at the moment of an ambush. Push, drop, dodge, signal, claw, hold, the body recited, before the body had even reckoned the graveyard around them. Push, drop, dodge, signal, claw, hold. He pushed Cedric. He dropped low. He dodged the green light. He signaled. The small phoenix glass had been already crushed in his pocket the moment the port key began to land, on a delay reaction trigger he and Hermione had built in October. He extended the bones the moment the cord came off the headstone. He held the line until Voldemort decided to duel him. The voice in his head, watching the body do all of it in 19 seconds, said, with a small dry "Ah, we've still got it, kid. We've still got it." "Yeah," Harry said. He had Cedric ahead of him. Cedric had Crumb behind. Fleur was lost in a third sector. They closed on the cup together, Cedric on his side of a final corridor, Harry on his. The cup stood on a stone plinth in the center of the maze. "On 3, Cedric said. 3, Harry said. They reached together. Their hands closed on the cup at the same moment. The portkey snapped. The world went sideways. They came down in a graveyard. A figure walked out from behind a yew tree. Small. Pudgy. Wait, not Pettigrew. Pettigrew was kissed. Pettigrew was, by then, in a ministry holding facility staring at a wall. The figure walking toward them was Bartemius Crouch Jr. He had abandoned the polyjuice an hour earlier. Harry's nose registered the difference, the smell of the polyjuice gone, the smell of the man under it bare on the night air. Crouch Jr. had been waiting. Crouch Jr. had, by Sirius's calculation, been the Death Eater the Dark Lord had appointed in Pettigrew's place. Pettigrew's role of flesh of the servant, willingly given fell, by the second draft of the ritual, to a man who had wanted it more. Crouch Jr. raised his wand. The voice that came out of the bundle in his arms was a voice Harry had heard once before, in a chamber under a school. "Kill the spare." Harry was already moving. He stepped sideways. He pushed Cedric, hard, with both hands. Cedric stumbled out of the line of the green light. The light went past Cedric's shoulder. It struck the stone of a tomb behind him. "Run," Harry snarled. "Cedric. Cup. Run." Cedric, who had been told to play, ran. He reached the cup. He closed his hand on the Triwizard Cup. The cup, which Harry's wand tip had retuned in October to be a return portkey to Hogwarts, snapped Cedric back to the Quidditch pitch. Cedric Diggory, in this telling, lived. The voice in Harry's head said, "Smart play, kid." Crouch Jr. was on him. Crouch Jr. stunned him. Crouch Jr. bound him to the headstone of Tom Riddle Sr., bone of the father, with a tight ankle and wrist and throat cord. Harry let him. The cauldron at the foot of the tomb was already steaming. Crouch Jr. did the chant. The bone of the father rose out of the grave by ritual. Crouch Jr. cut off his own right hand, flesh of the servant, willingly given, and the hand fell into the cauldron. Crouch Jr. turned, weeping with a small ecstasy of pain, and walked to Harry, and made the cut on the inside of Harry's right elbow. The blood went into the cauldron. The cauldron rose. The thing came out of the cauldron. Lord Voldemort stood, in a body, for the first time in 14 years. Harry, on the headstone, watched him. He did not panic. He was busy with two things, the cord, which he was now slowly slicing through with one quietly extruded claw of his right hand, and the small piece of phoenix glass in his pocket, which he had, 3 minutes ago, already crushed with his elbow. Reinforcements were on the way. Voldemort approached him. Voldemort touched his scar with a long pale finger. Voldemort's finger burned, the way Quirrell's hands had burned in the chamber, and Voldemort recoiled. The mother protection had thinned over 13 years, but it was still there. "Free him," Voldemort hissed. "We will have a duel." The cord came off. Harry stepped down off the stone. He flexed his fingers. The bones, 3 and 3, slid out of his knuckles, and the wand was already in his hand, and his shoulder turned. The Death Eater apparition circle was beginning to close. The ring stilled, on seeing the bones. What is this?" Voldemort said. The voice, for the first time in this scene, had a thread of uncertainty. Insurance, Harry said evenly. Voldemort raised his wand. Crucio. Harry took it. The body locked. The pain came on the body like a wire heated to white. He did not fall. He did not scream. He kept his eyes on Voldemort's wand. He had, in another life, been crucioed in spirit by a man called Magneto for 40 seconds in a subway tunnel. He had a frame for it. The curse cut out. He still stood. Avada Kedavra. Harry, who had crushed the phoenix glass 3 minutes earlier, raised his wand at the same instant. Expelliarmus. Their wands met in midair. A golden cage rose around the two of them, prior incantatem, the wand's own self-recognition, and the dead came out of Voldemort's wand in pale screaming order. James Potter. Lily Potter. A Muggle gardener. The four of them gathered, and his mother's pale face came up beside him and said, "Hold on, Harry. Hold on," and his father's pale hand rested briefly on his shoulder and said, "We're proud of you, son." He held the wand connection. He held it until the apparitions came. Dumbledore. Sirius. Lupin. McGonagall. Moody, the real Moody, freed an hour ago by the strike team. Auror Tonks. Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Death Eaters scattered. Voldemort, sensing the wave, broke the wand connection and apparat out, screaming. Crouch Jr. Tried to disapparate. Sirius caught him with a stunner across the shoulder. This time, the cord went on him properly. Harry stood in a graveyard with bones out and breath shallow. Sirius reached him first. Pup, Cedric. At the pitch. Alive. Crouch. Ours. Voldemort. Gone. Sirius pulled him against his chest. Harry, who had stood the cruciatus and the cold of his own dead being summoned without flinching, leaned into Sirius's shoulder and let, for the count of 3, his eyes close. Then he opened them. He stepped back. He looked at Dumbledore. "Sir. Is the Order assembled?" "The Order is on a graveyard floor with a captured Death Eater. The Order is, as you put it, assembled." "Good." The voice in Harry's head said, "Cedric Diggory walked off the pitch tonight, kid." "Yeah. Smart play." "Yeah. Now we go to war." "Yeah." An hour later, in the antechamber off the staff door, Dumbledore presented the school with a body. Crouch Jr., Veritasrum questioned within 20 minutes. His confession ran for 4 parchment pages. He had named a dozen ministry officials. He had named 2 Hogwarts staff he had met with in the dungeons in October. He had named the ritual. He had named Voldemort. Cornelius Fudge refused to read the confession. The minister informed Dumbledore that Voldemort had not, in fact, returned, that the boy Potter was confused, that Cedric Diggory was alive and that this was a triumph for the ministry. Dumbledore looked at Fudge. He cleaned his spectacles slowly. He put them back on. "Very well, Cornelius. I see your position. You leave me, I think, no choice." He turned. He walked back into the antechamber. Sirius was leaning against the table holding his elbow. McGonagall was on the bench wiping blood off a cut over her eye. Harry was on the bench beside her with Hermione's head against his shoulder. "The minister," Dumbledore said, evenly, "has chosen not to act. We will act in his place. The Order is reconvened. By morning we will have a list of safe houses. Harry. Sirius. Remus. Minerva. We are at war." Sirius nodded, once. McGonagall nodded, once. Lupin closed his eyes and breathed out. Harry sat with Hermione's head on his shoulder and the long warm pulse of Ron's hand in his and the bones in his knuckles quiet and the wand on his knee. "Yes, sir," he said. "The cleanup of the night took a week. Crouch Jr. was held in a ministry cell for the first 36 hours and then transferred to a more secure facility on the order of Madame Bones, who had, by then, read his confession 3 times and had recognized, with the cold clean accuracy of a senior prosecutor, that the confession listed 3 of her own deputies as Death Eater contacts. The deputies were arrested on the second morning. The arrests were not, by Sirius's tactical advice, made public for a week, in order to give the order time to surveil the rest of the network. By the end of the first week the order had identified, by the cross-referencing of Crouch Jr.'s confession with Pettigrew's old confession, 23 Death Eaters in active service to the Dark Lord. 11 of those 23 were holding positions in the ministry. 3 were holding positions on the Wiesengemot. 2 were on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The Hogwarts Board, on the morning of the second Sunday, was forced to convene an emergency session. Lucius Malfoy did not attend. Lucius Malfoy had, by then, been arrested at his estate, in the early hours of the morning, by a strike team led by Sirius Black personally, on a charge of conspiracy to murder a 14-year-old champion at a public sporting event. Narcissa Malfoy, in the foyer of the estate, was permitted by Sirius, by virtue of an old family debt and a private kindness Sirius had not had the heart to forget, to retain custody of Draco. Narcissa nodded once. Sirius nodded once. The estate's front door closed behind them. The voice in Harry's head, when he heard the report from Sirius 2 nights later, said, "Old man's grace, kid." Sirius gave it to her because he didn't want to break the kid he had. That's how a soldier handles it. Yeah, Harry said. The Daily Prophet ran a 4-page story on the morning of the 3rd day. Sirius had, the night before, walked into the Prophet offices a second time and laid the entire confession on the desk of the editor and given him a choice. The choice was, print it accurately, or have a different paper print it accurately and watch the Prophet go under. The editor printed it accurately. Cornelius Fudge resigned in the second week of July. He did not survive the published confession. Rufus Scrimgeour replaced him. Scrimgeour was an honest man with a soldier's narrow vision. The order shared what it could afford to share with him and kept the rest in its own pocket. By the end of August the wizarding world had begun, in fits and starts and against its own perverted instincts, to come around to the fact of Voldemort's return. Cedric Diggory walked back to the pitch on his own legs. Harry, an hour after the graveyard, sat with him in the medical tent. Cedric had a cut on his cheek where Crouch Jr.'s stunner had clipped him on the way back through the portkey. Madame Pomfrey had closed it. Cedric was eating a piece of chocolate. He had not, in the hour since the portkey, said anything. Cedric. Harry. You did good. Did I? You walked into a graveyard knowing what was waiting and you came back. That's what good looks like. Cedric did not answer at first. He chewed the chocolate. He swallowed. I keep thinking about, what if I hadn't gone? Then I would have gone alone, and Crouch Jr. would have used a different spare, and the spare would have been somebody else. Who? I don't know. Wouldn't have been you. And the somebody else might have died. Yeah. And the somebody else, there was always going to be a somebody else. Yeah. And I went, knowing it might be me. Even with the play. I went. Yeah. Cedric let out a long breath. He set the chocolate down. He looked at Harry. I don't know how to feel about it yet, Harry. That's all right. Took me 80 years to figure out how to feel about my first one. You've got time. 80, long story. Some other day. Yeah. Cedric reached out. He set his hand on the back of Harry's hand, briefly. Cedric's hand was warm. Cedric's hand was a Hufflepuff's hand, and a Hufflepuff's hand was, Harry had decided, a thing he was going to be grateful for in any timeline he ever found himself. Thanks, Potter. Yeah. A week later, on the train back to King's Cross, Harry sat in a compartment with Hermione and Ron and Cedric, invited in, by Harry's small careful gesture, on the platform, and the four of them spent the journey in a small steady quiet. Cedric read a book. Hermione knitted. Ron chewed licorice wand. Harry watched the country go by. At Sheffield, the train slowed. Hermione looked up. "Why are we stopping?" The voice in Harry's head said, "Smell." Harry put his nose to the window. He inhaled. He filed. 3 Death Eaters at the next platform, he said softly. Waiting. Probably waiting for the train to pull in. Probably hoping I'll get off to use the bathroom. What do we don't get off. We close the curtain. We let the train run. Sirius is at King's Cross with the Aurors. He'll be on the platform when we arrive. The 3 on the next platform won't follow. He drew the curtain. He set his back to the door. He kept his hand near his wand. The train ground through Sheffield without stopping. 12 minutes later it was clear, and the country opened up again, and Hermione exhaled. "We should write a manual," she said. "Of all the times we don't get off the train." "Yeah," Harry said. The voice in his head said, "That's a girl who'll be writing manuals all her life, kid. We're lucky." Yeah. At King's Cross, Sirius was in his Auror robes on the platform, with Tonks beside him, and a small ring of plainclothes Aurors flanking the carriage. The plainclothes Aurors had been on the train since Hogwarts. Harry had not known. He had, on smelling them, decided to pretend he had not smelled them, because Sirius did not need a 14-year-old godson telling him how to staff an extraction. He stepped down from the train. Sirius's hand came down on his shoulder. Pop. Sirius. Home. Yeah. He went home with Sirius. Hermione went home with her parents. Ron went home with the Weasleys. Cedric went home with his father, who had not, until that morning, been told the full play, and who had, on hearing it, wept openly in McGonagall's office and shaken Harry's hand for a long time without speaking. The Burrow was open. Grimmauld Place was open. The Order met 3 nights a week in the kitchen at number 12 and ate Mrs. Weasley's stew and worked out, by inches, the shape of the next year. Voldemort, by the count of every honest reader of the situation, was now back. The Ministry was, at last, awake. The press was awake. The wizarding world had been told, in a 4-page article in the Prophet, what it had been refusing to acknowledge for a year. The voice in Harry's head said, "We did it, kid. Yeah. Now we go to war. Yeah." In the antechamber, after the body of Crouch Jr. had been laid out, Harry sat for a long minute on the bench between Hermione and Ron. Sirius, beside him, had not let go of his shoulder. Lupin, by the door, had not moved. McGonagall, on the other bench, had her hand on Cedric's father's arm. The voice in Harry's head, which had been quiet through the long fight in the graveyard and the long return, said, very softly, "That was good work, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. Cedric walked off the pitch. "Yeah." The Orders reconvened. "Yeah. Now we go to ground for a year and read every book in the basement of number 12 and figure out what comes next." "Yeah." He let his head lean against Sirius's shoulder. He let his eyes close. He did not sleep. He rested. The school year ended a week later. Cedric, walking by, paused at the Gryffindor table. He set his hand on Harry's shoulder, briefly. He did not say anything. He didn't have to. He moved on. Harry watched him go. The great hall, around them, did not yet know it was at war. It was about to. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Last Death. 3 years passed. They were quiet years on the surface and loud years underneath. The Ministry, in fits and starts and against its own perverted instincts, came around to the fact of Voldemort's return. The Order shared what it could afford to share with Scrimgeour and kept the rest in its own pocket. Harry, 15, then 16, then 17, grew. He grew the way Logan had grown on the long marches in 1862, by inches and slowly, into a body that was small and lean and hard. He kept his hair long. He kept the bones private. He had not smoked since the night on the log at the edge of the forbidden forest at 14. Hermione, at his side through all 3 years, became someone Harry trusted more than he had trusted any single soul in any of his lives. Ron, beside both of them, became someone Harry had decided to die for if it ever came down to it. Ginny, who had grown up at the Burrow during the war, became, at 16, a person Harry caught himself watching across the common room one Saturday in September and then deliberately did not watch again, because Logan had decided in the cupboard at age 6 that he was not going to be the kind of man who romanced 16-year-olds while wearing a 17-year-old's body. He gave the body its time. 5th year ended in the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort, by then, had been confirmed to the wizarding world by every paper in Britain. Sirius, head of the Auror office, hair cut, badge polished, had walked into the Daily Prophet offices in October of Harry's 5th year with a stack of pensive memories, 3 sworn affidavits, and a Veritaserum interrogation transcript of Crouch Jr., and had demolished the Ministry's denial in print. The Death Eaters, in March of 5th year, attacked the Department of Mysteries to retrieve a small glass orb, a prophecy. They were wrong. Harry had had Sirius destroy the orb on the floor of the rotunda after the Death Eaters had been rounded up. Sirius, and this was the part of the timeline Harry had refused, with unflinching specific stubbornness, to surrender to the canon of any timeline he had ever read. Sirius did not die in the Department of Mysteries. Harry had positioned Sirius behind the Death Eaters from the beginning of the operation. Sirius had killed 2 Death Eaters on his way through the door. Sirius, when Bellatrix Lestrange came around the corner of the dais with her wand up and the killing curse already on her tongue, had stunned her from behind, 3 feet from the veiled archway, with a stunner so ungentle it had broken her right cheekbone. She had pitched forward instead of sideways. The veil had not had her. Sirius had, in fact, walked across the rotunda, kicked Bellatrix's wand 15 feet across the floor, and put the body in restraints by hand. The voice in his head had said, very softly, "Yeah, kid. That's how you keep them." "Yeah," Harry said. 6th year, before Dumbledore died, was the year of the lessons. Dumbledore had begun, on the evening of Harry's first week back, to bring him to the office once a week. Each meeting consisted of a pensive memory of Tom Riddle's life, Tom's mother in the orphanage, Tom at 11 in the orphanage, Tom at 17 with the diary, Tom at 21 with the locket on a ship to Albania, Tom at 30 in the cave with the Lake of Infery, and after each memory, the two of them sat on the office couch and Dumbledore asked Harry the careful pointed question that was meant to walk Harry, by inches, into the shape of the man they were hunting. Harry was a good student. The voice in his head was a better one. "Your friend," Dumbledore said one night, "is a soldier." Was a soldier. A man who fought for a long time. Yes. He is also a remarkable interpreter of evil men. Yeah. He's killed a few. He learned them on the way. Dumbledore smiled. "Tell him from me that I am very grateful he is in this office tonight." Harry told Dumbledore. The voice, dry, said, "Tell him I'm grateful too. He's the only old wizard I've met I'd buy a drink for." Dumbledore laughed for a long time. 2 weeks later he was dead on the astronomy tower. Dumbledore died with a smile on his face and a cup of his favorite peppermint tea on the windowsill behind him, and he died at the hand of Severus Snape, who had, for reasons that emerged in due course in the pensive memory Snape left for Harry, taken the killing curse out of his own wand and put it into Dumbledore at Dumbledore's request. Snape was not, that night, a murderer. Snape, that night, was the second most loyal soldier in Dumbledore's army. Harry, who had spent 3 months helping Dumbledore plan the night, did not, on the morning of the funeral, let his face go in front of the school. He stood at the back of the lawn with Hermione under one arm and Ron under the other and the bones quiet in his hands, and he watched the white tomb rise around the body of the old wizard who had become his teacher, his colleague, and his friend. Sirius, alive, intact, on his 2nd year as the head Auror, stood beside him with his hand on the back of Harry's neck. The Hogwarts staff, on the morning after the funeral, gathered in McGonagall's office for what Dumbledore had called the transition meeting. Harry was, by Dumbledore's letter, named one of 3 people who had standing to attend. The other 2 were McGonagall and Snape. The letter named Snape as the future headmaster, for the duration of the war, for cover, with my full and unreserved trust, and McGonagall as the future acting headmistress for the duration of Snape's necessarily covert work. The letter named Harry as the carrier of the next phase of the operation. McGonagall held out her hand to Snape. Snape, after a moment, took it. They shook once. Mr. Potter. Yes, ma'am. You will not, this year, be on a suicide mission with a tent and 2 friends in the Forest of Dean. You will be at the school. You will, on weekends and evenings, work the operation Dumbledore has bequeathed you. Yes, ma'am. You will let us hunt the Horcruxes alongside you. The Order, with the staff. We will be the ones in the field. You will be the strategist. Yes, ma'am. You are 17, Mr. Potter. We are 40 years older than you, give or take. We are doing the running for the next year. You are doing the thinking. Then, at the end of it, when the moment is yours, then you will go into the forest. Not before. Yes, ma'am. The voice in his head said, that's how you build an order, kid. The hunt that year was not a long cold tent in a forest. It was a brisk, well-organized operation run out of number 12 by Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Bill Weasley, Fleur, Kingsley, and a rotating cast of students on holidays. Hermione was the chief researcher. Ron was logistics. Harry was the strategist. The cup, in the Lestrange vault, Harry took it on a goblin's broken oath and a stolen polyjuice and a dragon ride out of Gringotts. He destroyed the cup in the chamber under Hogwarts an hour after the dragon dropped them in the lake. The locket was taken in November, at a safe house Mundungus Fletcher had been using. The diadem, hidden in the room of requirement, was brought in by Neville Longbottom, who had, at 16, walked into the room of requirement with a sword borrowed from a portrait and had walked out with it, alone, with a clean cut across his cheek. The voice in Harry's head, watching Neville bring the diadem in, said, "Told you, kid." Sleeper. The snake, Nagini, was wherever Voldemort was. That left 2 Horcruxes, and Harry, at the small lake in the Forbidden Forest at 3 in the morning of the 2nd of May, was one of them. The Battle of Hogwarts had been raging for 4 hours. The castle was burning. The Great Hall held the bodies. Fred Weasley was wounded but alive. Sirius had pulled him from the wall by his collar a second before the masonry came down, and George had carried him to Pomfrey, and George and Fred would survive the war. Lupin was alive, his leg in a brace from a crucio that had landed on him in the 2nd hour, but alive. Tonks was alive, nursing a baby boy at home, untouched. McGonagall was alive. Hermione and Ron were alive. The Order was holding. The voice in Voldemort's mouth had come over the school an hour earlier and offered terms. Surrender Harry Potter. Surrender him in the Forbidden Forest within the hour. The killing will stop. Harry had walked to the edge of the wood with the cloak around him and the bones quiet in his fingers and Sirius's old letter from the cliff road folded in his pocket. Sirius did not know where he was. Hermione knew. Ron knew. Hermione had not tried to stop him. Hermione had, at the door of the castle, set her 2 hands on his face, briefly, and looked at him, and stepped back, and put a folded piece of parchment into his coat pocket without a word, and let him go. Harry walked into the forest with the parchment unread. The voice in his head said, "Read it, kid." He took it out. He unfolded it. 3 words, in Hermione's hand, "Come back." Hermione. He folded it again. He slid it back into the inside pocket. He walked. The forest was quiet. The Death Eaters were in the clearing. Fenrir Greyback. Lucius Malfoy, he had escaped, eventually, from the holding cell, and Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort stood at the center of the clearing in his black cloak with his pale hands clasped at his belt and his eyes red. Harry stepped out of the cloak. He folded the cloak. He set it on a stump. He drew his wand and laid it across the cloak, carefully, because the wand of holly and phoenix feather was a thing he wanted his godfather to have if he did not get up. He stepped into the clearing. The voice in his head said, 18, kid. Don't fight it. I know. Let the locket piece in your scar take the curse. Let the rest of you go quiet. Stay in the body. Don't go to the door. There'll be a door. Don't open it. I know. The locket piece in his scar, the small angry fragment of the soul of Tom Riddle that had been a tenant in his head for 16 years, was, by the small careful months of practice he had been doing in the room of requirement, walled off in its own corner. Harry could feel it, tonight, more clearly than usual. He could feel it clawing. He could feel its small angry monologue, the part of it he did not normally let himself hear. Let me out, the locket piece was hissing. Let me out. The body is dying. Let me out, you stupid boy, you cannot keep me here. The voice in Harry's head said, hold the wall, kid. 2 seconds. Harry held the wall. Voldemort looked at him. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Come to die. Yeah. He let his hands hang at his sides. He let the bones stay in. He looked Voldemort in the eyes and held the look. Avada Kedavra. The green came across the clearing. The body was ready for it. He had spent the walk from the castle preparing, relaxing every muscle ahead of impact, breathing out at the moment of strike, letting the wave go through. He met the green light with his lungs empty and his mind soft and his hands open. The green light hit him in the chest. For the 18th time in 2 lives, Harry Potter died. The locket piece, screaming, came out of his scar in a thin black thread. No, it shrieked. Not fair, I was immortal, I was promised, no, the thread fell on the forest floor beside him. The thread evaporated. The voice that had been the small angry tenant in his head for 16 years was, in the same instant, gone. In the small dark country the body went to between the dying and the resurrection, the small dark country Logan had been to 17 times before. Harry stood at the edge of a place that looked like King's Cross Station, only cleaner, only emptier, only lit with a soft white light. The voice in his head was, for once, beside him in body. Logan stood there, short, bearded, in a flannel shirt and old jeans, the body Logan had worn at his own death in a snowy clearing 90 years ago. He looked at Harry. He grinned. Bob. Yeah. You did good. I had a teacher. Yeah. You did. There was a small bundle of cloth on the platform behind Logan. A bundle that whimpered. The dying soul fragment of Tom Riddle. Logan glanced at it. Logan grunted. Ain't our problem, kid. No. You got somebody waiting on the other end. I do. Then go. Logan. Yeah. You coming back with me? Logan considered this. Logan laughed, short, dry, the same laugh Harry had been hearing in his own head since he was 4, and the laugh said no. Most of me's already in the body, kid. Has been for a while. The me you talk to in your head is, call it scaffolding. You don't need it anymore. You been the man for a year now. Maybe 2. I just been, keepin' you company. Was worth it. I'll be in the bones. The metal. The healing. You just won't hear me talk anymore. Harry stared at him. Logan, be a good guardian, kid. Logan, go on. He hugged him. Logan, after a half-second, hugged him back. The man was short and burly and smelled of pine smoke and beer and old engine oil, and the embrace was the embrace of a father a boy had not had, and the embrace lasted 4 seconds, and Logan stepped back, and Logan grinned, and Logan said, very softly, "Now go, you old bastard." Harry walked the long platform. Harry got on the train. Harry came back. He was on the forest floor. The Death Eaters were gathered around him. Bellatrix was laughing. Voldemort was on the ground a few yards away. He had collapsed when the curse had hit, and was getting up now. Harry kept his eyes closed. He kept his breathing shallow. The voice in his head, for the first time since the kitchen at age 4, was quiet. Not absent. Just quiet. A presence, integrated into him, no longer a distinct second voice. Voldemort sent Narcissa Malfoy forward to verify the kill. Narcissa walked over and crouched beside Harry. She laid her cool fingers against the side of his throat. She felt his pulse. Her face did not change. She bent close to Harry's ear and whispered, "Is Draco alive in the castle?" Harry, very softly, said, "Yes." She straightened. She walked back to Voldemort. She looked Voldemort in the eye. She said, in the steady voice of a woman who had found, that morning, the line she would not cross even for him, "He is dead." The Death Eaters cheered. Hagrid carried him. Hagrid sobbed with every step. Hagrid kept saying Harry, Harry, Harry. Harry, limp and warm and breathing only as much as Hagrid would not feel, was sorry for the giant beyond words. The procession came up the lawn. The defenders of the school, broken and bloody, came out to meet them. McGonagall screamed. Ginny screamed. Sirius, a half-step behind Ginny, went grey and very still and did not, somehow, fall down. Hermione, beside Ron, made a small short sound and, then, did not make any other sound for the duration of what came next. Voldemort gloated. Voldemort told the school it had lost. Voldemort made his offer. Neville Longbottom, in this telling, as in any honest telling, stepped out of the line of Hogwarts defenders. Neville, at 16, had been the second in command of Dumbledore's army through the year Harry was at school as the strategist. Neville stepped forward with the sorting hat in his hand and the calm steady face of a young man whose grandmother had raised him for this exact moment. Voldemort tried to cast the hat onto Neville's head and burn it. Neville, with a hand that did not shake, reached into the hat and pulled out a sword. The sword of Gryffindor. He swung it once. Nagini's head, the last Horcrux that was not Harry, came off her body in a clean curving stroke. The serpent's body fell, twitching. The black smoke of the last fragment of Voldemort's soul rose from it and screamed. In the same second, Harry rolled out of Hagrid's arms, and stood, and the bones came out of his hands in a white triple snick that the entire lawn heard, and the fight began in earnest. The duel lasted 90 seconds. He moved fast. He had been moving fast for 80 years. Voldemort cast spells. He dodged them. Voldemort sent the killing curse a third time. He sidestepped. He closed the ground. He used his wand for the first long part of it, Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Protego, Expelliarmus. When he was inside Voldemort's reach, the bones came in. He did not get the man. He laid the 3 bones of his right hand, gently, against the white pale throat of Tom Riddle. He did not press them. The bones were enough. Voldemort looked, finally, at the boy in front of him. "You are." Voldemort said. The voice was flat with a new thing. The new thing was the realization that the wand he had been killed by had been a brother to his own, and that the boy carrying the wand was not, in any sense Voldemort had ever met, a boy. "Yeah," Harry said. He stepped back. He retracted the bones. He raised his wand. Expelliarmus. The Elder Wand flew out of Voldemort's hand and into Harry's. The Elder Wand caught Harry's grip and stayed there. The recoil hit Voldemort. He staggered. He fell to one knee. His own killing curse, backfiring through the Elder Wand's true allegiance, climbed up out of his chest and into his mouth and out the top of his skull. Lord Voldemort died on his knees on the lawn of Hogwarts at 7:15 in the morning of the 2nd of May. There was no thread. There was no smoke. There was only the body, and the body collapsed sideways, and the body, after a half-second, faded into the small pale dust of a soul that had so long ago shredded itself into pieces. The lawn was quiet. Then Sirius came down off the steps and ran across the grass and grabbed Harry's face in both hands and shook him. Sirius's eyes were wet. Sirius was saying pup, 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 pup over and over. Hermione reached him next. She did not cry. She took Harry's wrist between her fingers and felt for the pulse, because Hermione always confirmed with data first. The pulse was strong. She nodded once. Then she cried. Ron got him last. Ron hugged him so hard his ribs creaked. The cleanup took weeks. Names had to be read. The hall had to be cleared. The bodies of the dead had to be buried. There were 48 in the end. 48 funerals had to be attended, and Harry attended every one. He stood at Cedric's father's daughter's funeral. Amos Diggory had remarried, had had a baby girl who had, at 4 years old, been killed in a Death Eater raid on the Diggory home in March, and shook Amos Diggory's hand for a long time without speaking. He went, last, to Albus Dumbledore's tomb on the lawn at Hogwarts. He sat for an hour. He took the Elder Wand out of his pocket. He laid it on top of Dumbledore's tomb. He stepped back. Fawkes, on the marble, gave him a slow approving nod and rose, and circled the lawn once, and was gone. The wand stayed on the tomb. 3 months later, Harry Potter, who had been offered a job in the Auror office and had turned it down, who had been offered a special advisor slot to the Wisengamot and had turned it down, who had been offered a chair in defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts and had told McGonagall, with a small dry smile, that he was 19 years away from being old enough to take that one, sat on the porch of number 12 Grimmauld Place at dusk with Sirius beside him. Sirius was lighting a cigarette. Harry, after a moment, took it out of his hand and put it back in the pack. Pup, you're going to live longer than you want to, Sirius. Get used to it. Sirius grumbled. He let the cigarette go. What are you going to do, then? Harry sat with the question. I'm going to start an orphanage, Harry said. In Godric's Hollow. Old house. 3 acres. There are 78 kids in this country whose parents died because of Voldemort. The Ministry's putting most of them in Muggle homes. I'm going to put 20 in mine. You're 19. I'm 19 and 188. I've buried my dead. I've buried other people's dead. I've been a soldier for as long as I've been anything. I'm tired, Sirius. I had a guardian for 2 years, in a house, after I was 12. That guardian was you. It's the best thing anybody ever did for me. I'd like to give it back to 20 kids. Sirius looked at him. Pop. I am very proud of you. Yeah. I figured you'd be. The orphanage took a year to build. The house in Godric's Hollow had been the cottage James and Lily Potter had died in, restored in the 80s by the Ministry as a memorial, untouched since. Harry, by petition to the Ministry and the Godric's Hollow Village Council, had it converted. He kept the upper floor, the room Voldemort had stood in, sealed off, by his own request, and he asked Hermione to, in time, make it a small museum of the names of the dead. The lower floors he expanded, by careful charming, into a working 20-bed children's home. Hermione did the legal end. Ron did the daily operation. Lupin's wife, Tonks's mother Andromeda, agreed to be the formal matron. McGonagall agreed to teach part-time. Hagrid agreed to live in the shed at the bottom of the garden and grow pumpkins. The first 12 children moved in on the 1st of August. The youngest was 4. He was a small boy with dark hair and a quiet face, the son of 2 Aurors who had died at the Department of Mysteries the year before Harry's 5th-year run on the Rotunda. He had been, by Ministry care, in a Muggle home in Manchester for the past year. He had not spoken to a single adult in 6 months. He had not, when Andromeda brought him in, looked any of them in the eye. Harry crouched in front of him in the kitchen at Godric's Hollow, the small careful crouch a soldier did when he wanted to be at the height of a small thing. The boy did not look at him. The voice that had been Logan's voice, quiet now, integrated, no longer separate, said, in the small inner level of him where the boy had become a part of him, "I know this kid, kid." Yeah. Same kid, different face. The boy in the rec room at Xavier's, the one who didn't talk for 4 months because his folks had been shot in front of him. Same eyes. Same shape of the not talking. "Yeah," Harry said. "I see it." He sat down on the kitchen floor in front of the boy. He did not say hello. He did not, in fact, speak. He sat. He took, out of his pocket, a small wooden carving Sirius had given him that morning, a little stag, no bigger than a thumbnail, carved with the small careful attention of a man who had taken up whittling in his 2nd year out of Azkaban. He set the stag on the floor between them. The boy, after a long minute, looked at the stag. The boy, after another long minute, looked at Harry's face. Harry held still. "His name is Prongs," Harry said. "He's a stag. He looks after small things. Would you like to keep him for a while?" The boy nodded, the smallest fraction. He picked up the stag. He did not give it back. Hermione, in the doorway, with her hand against the doorframe, had her eyes wet. She did not say anything. She turned and went back into the hall. The voice that had been Logan said, "That's the move, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. The boy's name was Tobias. He would, in 5 years, be the first kid in Harry's house to receive a Hogwarts letter. He would, in 15 years, be a healer at St. Mungo's in the children's ward. He would, in 50 years, write a memoir that began with the line, "The first man who looked me in the eye was Harry Potter." That night, after the children had been settled in their beds and Andromeda had taken the late shift, Harry walked out into the back garden of the cottage in Godric's Hollow. He took, out of his pocket, the small tin he had been carrying for 10 years. The tin held the stub of the cigar he had smoked at 14 on the log at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He had kept it. He had not, in 10 years, opened the tin. He opened it. He looked at the small shrunken brown thing inside. He closed his fingers on it. He crushed it under the heel of his boot, slow, deliberate, the small old soldier's gesture of putting a thing down. The voice that had been Logan said, very softly, "Yeah, kid. Yeah." He walked back into the house. Hermione was at the kitchen table with a fresh cup of tea and a folded piece of parchment beside her. She slid the parchment across to him. He unfolded it. It was a single line, in her hand, "Welcome home." He looked at her. She did not look up. She was reading a ministry report. He folded the parchment. He slid it into the inside pocket of his jacket, beside the older parchment from the night in the forest that he had been carrying for a year. He sat down at the table. He did not say anything. She did not say anything. The kettle whistled. Sirius, in the parlor, was reading the paper. Ron, on the back porch, was teaching Andromeda to play Exploding Snap. Ginny, who had come up from London for the night, was asleep with her head against the arm of the couch and a book open across her chest. Outside, on the lawn at Godric's Hollow, the small dark country of the dead lay quiet under the stars. Inside, the small kitchen was warm, and the kettle was whistling, and the small dry quiet warmth in his chest of a man who had, against all probability, found a place to put his shovel down at the end of a long day, was settling into him. He let his eyes close. He let the small old patient ache in his chest, the ache of a man who had carried his ghosts a long time, settle into the quiet, and become a part of him, and rest. The world was a mean place. So was he. But not, he had decided, this evening. Not, he had decided, any more. The world was, also, a place in which a boy who had been a soldier could put his shovel down at the end of a long day and sit in a kitchen with his family. He sat. The kettle whistled. The voice that had been Logan's, in the deep quiet that was now part of him, said, "Welcome home, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. "Welcome home." In the small dark country before the resurrection, the King's Cross platform, with Logan beside him, Harry asked, by the small unspoken way the dead ask things, the question he had been carrying for 16 years. "Will I see her?" he said. "Your mother," Logan said. "Yeah." Logan considered the question a long second. The bundle of dying soul fragment behind him whimpered. The white light over the platform did not change. "Not today, kid," Logan said. "She's not waiting on this platform. This platform's mine. She's on a different platform. You'll see her, when you go for real, in 50, 60 years, when there's no scaffolding to peel off you and no Horcrux to discharge. You'll see her then. She's been holding a seat. All right. She'd want you to live. Yeah. She'd want you to live for the orphanage and the boy with the dark hair. Not for her. Yeah. Don't put her on a pedestal, kid. She made a choice. The choice was you. Honor her by not making the same choice for somebody who isn't ready for it." "Yeah." Logan inclined his head. The platform was getting brighter. The train was coming. "You're a good kid, Logan said. "I had a teacher." "Yeah," Logan said. "Yeah, you did." The train arrived. Logan did not get on. Harry did. The doors closed. The platform receded. Then he was on the forest floor. The cleanup of the war took a year and a half. The Ministry, after Voldemort's death, was rebuilt with a slow careful hand by a coalition Sirius had assembled in the year before the final battle. Kingsley Shacklebolt became Minister for Magic in the second month after the battle. Madam Bones became his deputy. Rufus Scrimgeour, who had survived the war, retired with honor and went to live in a small cottage in the Highlands with a gun dog and a pension. The Wizengamot opened, in the autumn of that first year, the official inquiry into the broader complicity of the British wizarding state in the war. The inquiry ran for 14 months. It named, by name, 172 individuals, bureaucrats, judges, businessmen, Daily Prophet editors, who had collaborated with Voldemort's regime in ways large and small. Most of them resigned. Some were prosecuted. None were executed. The Wizengamot, by Sirius's quiet insistence, abolished capital punishment in the third week of the inquiry. The voice that had been Logan said, in the deep quiet that had become a part of Harry, "That's a country worth living in, kid." Yeah. The orphanage opened in the 2nd August after the war. The first 12 children moved in. The youngest was Tobias. Andromeda Tonks took the matron's room on the 2nd floor. Hagrid moved into the shed at the bottom of the garden and grew, by the end of the first season, pumpkins the size of armchairs. Buckbeak, by then formally adopted by Sirius, had moved with Sirius to a small estate Sirius had bought in Wales, but visited Godric's Hollow on weekends to be fed dead ferret by the children, who loved him. Hermione, on the 2nd floor, set up a small office. The office had a desk and a filing cabinet and a single framed photograph on the wall, the four of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, on the night of the Yule Ball in 4th year, all four of them grinning. Hermione was the legal head of the foundation. Hermione drew the contracts. Hermione managed the donations. Ron was the daily operations head. Ron, who had, in the year after the war, surprised everyone, including himself, by deciding he had no interest in being an Auror or a professional Quidditch player or a ministry official, had instead taken to the day-to-day care of the children with the small steady kindness Harry had decided, at age 11 on a train, was the part of Ron most likely to get them through. Ron taught the older boys to play chess. Ron taught the older girls to fly a broom. Ron, on the difficult nights, the nights when one of the children woke up screaming for a parent who had been killed, sat on the edge of the child's bed with the small steady patience of a brother who had had 6 older brothers and 1 younger sister and had, by the count of his own life, been the small steady person in a house full of small storms. The voice that had been Logan said, "That's the work, kid. That's the whole work. Yeah." In the second year of the orphanage, on a Tuesday in October, Harry stood in the kitchen at Godric's Hollow with a piece of toast in his hand and the morning Daily Prophet open on the table. The headline read Potter Foundation opens second house in Manchester. Third house planned for Edinburgh by spring. Tobias, by then 5 years old, by then talking to him, by then sitting at the table eating cereal, said, "Harry. Yeah. I have a wand wiggle." "A what?" "A wand wiggle. When I think about something, the kettle moves. Andromeda says it's accidental magic. She says you had it too when you were small." "I did." "What did you do with yours?" Harry sat down across from the boy. He thought about the question. He thought about the kitchen at Privet Drive, and the bones, and Vernon's face. He thought about the long careful silence of the cupboard. He thought about what he wanted to say, and he thought about what a 5-year-old boy could carry, and he thought, last, about what Logan would have said. "I learned to take care of it," he said. "I learned to use it when I needed to. I learned to put it away when I didn't. I had a teacher who helped me. I'll be your teacher, if you'd like." "Same as he was mine." Tobias blinked. "All right, Harry," he said. He went back to his cereal. The voice that had been Logan said, very softly, "That's the move, kid. Yeah." 3 years after the orphanage opened, on a quiet Sunday in May, Harry walked out into the small back garden of the cottage at Godric's Hollow with a cup of tea in his hand and the long warm pulse of a Sunday afternoon settling over the hills. Sirius was on the bench under the apple tree. Lupin was on the chair beside him. The two of them were arguing, mildly, about a chess move. Tonks was on the lawn with the baby, Teddy, a small giggling thing with hair that changed color when he laughed, running around her ankles. Hermione was in the kitchen reading a ministry report. Ron was in the parlor on the floor with Tobias and 3 of the other boys playing Exploding Snap. Ginny, who had, at 20, made the Holyhead Harpies and was the youngest professional seeker in the league, who had, at 23, started, with Harry's quiet permission, to come up to the cottage on Saturdays, was at the door of the kitchen, leaning against the frame, looking at Harry across the garden. She had asked him, 3 weeks before, whether he wanted to start something with her. She had said it plainly. She had said, also, "And if you don't, that's all right, I'll stay your friend. I just want to know." He had told her, plainly, that he did. He had told her, also, that he wanted to take it slow, because the body was 22 now and the man inside it was 191, and the man inside it had, in another life, married once and lost the woman, and had decided not to make the same mistake by hurrying. She had said, "All right." She had kissed him on the cheek and gone back to her practice the next morning. Now, 3 weeks later, in the small Sunday afternoon at Godric's Hollow, she was watching him from the kitchen door with the small steady fierce look she had been giving him since she was 11, and he was looking at her back with the small old warm look he had not given anyone in either of his lives in a long time. The voice that had been Logan said, very softly, "Yeah, kid. Take your time. There ain't a clock on it. Yeah." He raised the cup of tea. She raised one of her hand to her own mouth, the small private gesture they had decided was theirs. He went back to his tea. The afternoon went on. The voice that had been Logan said, in the deep quiet that was now part of him, "We did good, kid." "Yeah," Harry said. "We did." Chapter 7 End.